che a un certo punto c'è scritto
Ci sente prima
perfetto.
di tutto? Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, ecco, adesso vi sento.
Provi a parlare?
Mi sentite?
Perfettamente.
Ok.
Adesso noi abbiamo un brusio in sala perché stanno ancora aspettando di cominciare.
Certo. E dopo quando io adesso chiuderò l'audio e il video, riesco a sentire quello che
Sì,
succede in
se
sala?
parlano nel microfono lei sente,
Ok.
ok?
Bene. E adesso scrivo al professor Squarcia di parlare magari 5 minuti neanche prima della lettura magistrale delle 10.
Va bene. L'unica cosa che le chiedo per favore è chiudere il microfono.
Il microfono adesso?
Quando abbiamo finito, se lei per lei è tutto a
Certo,
posto, chiuda pure il microfono che non c'è ritorno per me in sala.
certo, ma senta, ma se io ho il mio video su, mi vedono o no?
Se
Mi
lei
vedete solo voi?
lei lo chiude, no, resta collegata, ma se lei adesso barra in basso a sinistra l'iconcina provi in basso a sinistra.
Sì, sì, l'ho chiuso così.
Ok, perfetto.
Però la mia domanda era, se io invece lo lascio acceso il video, in sala mi vedono o no? Mi
No,
fate vedere solo quando è il mio
in questo
momento?
momento noi vediamo Antonella Rastelli, una scritta.
Esatto. Però se invece lo apro, anche in
Esatto,
sala mi vedrebbero?
esatto. Così la stiamo vedendo.
Ah, ok, allora spengo subito.
Ok? Quando vuole o deve intervenire, lei prima accende il video in modo che la notano anche dal tavolo relatori e il pubblico e poi dopo un secondo o due apra il microfono e comincia a parlare come se fosse in sala, normale videoconferenza, insomma.
Mhm, va bene.
Ok?
Ok,
Noi
grazie.
siamo praticamente sempre aperti, l'ascoltiamo sempre.
Ok,
Ok?
adesso chiudo il
A lei.
video.
Saluto.
Arrivederci.
Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning to everyone. Cominciamo questa ultima sessione del nostro convegno. As you know, is dedicated to a tribute to the legacy of Giancarlo Rastelli. And I want to thank our Magnifico Rettore, who is here with us. And I have to say that the mayor of the city is not here as he wanted to be, but because of his office, the duty of his office, as well as our bishop also wanted very much to be with us. But he has sent a message that if you wish and if you allow me, I think is very proper to start with this message of our bishop. He says, porgo volentieri il mio saluto a questo convegno così importante, fondamentale per il bene di tanti bambini e di tanti genitori per la loro per loro, amandoli, fremono, sperano, soffrono. Voi costituite una prossimità estremamente particolare e necessaria, innanzitutto nella cura, diagnosi, terapia e nelle cure, cioè la vicinanza umana, fraterna, paterna e materna che si interessa necessariamente, anzi la rappresenta alla vostra professionalità. Il cuore è organo vitale e rappresenta valori e significati profondi. Soltanto secondo la prospettiva biblica è la coscienza e l'interiorità umana. Secondo il sentiero occidentale indica il sentimento e la conseguente vicinanza. Dimensioni interdipendenti che hanno trovato spazio nella vita del dottor Giancarlo Rastelli, che ricordate alla fine del vostro convegno. Mi permetto di lasciarvi la preghiera che ho composto per lui e che recito ogni mattina per le persone ammalate che chiedono un ricordo. L'appello continua al cuore e alla professionalità medica, credo la renda, al di là della sua intrinseca radice religiosa, ben accetta a tutti. Grazie. Ecco. Qui c'è la preghiera del Vescovo che lui recita ogni mattina. Signore, mite e umile di cuore, all'unisono il tuo cuore abbattuto con il discepolo amato nell'ultima cena e sulla madre e le donne doloranti tracimava di acqua e sangue dalla croce. Acqua del battesimo, sangue dell'Eucarestia hanno generato e dato vigore al servo di Dio, dottor Giancarlo Rastelli, per curare cuori malati, perché tornassero a battere sicuri e crescere uomini dal cuore grande. Ti preghiamo per il tuo sacro cuore, o Signore, perché donne e uomini abbiano un cuore grande come il servo di Dio, dottor Giancarlo Rastelli, guaritori, guariti da ogni egoismo, esperti di cure, siano pieni di carità che in lui rifulse. Ti preghiamo di concederci questa grazia per chi cerca speranza, conforto, salute, batta ancora il suo cuore in una vita sanata, sia fidente il suo viaggio nella malattia con il provvido sorriso di Giancarlo, medico per amore. Amen. Bene, So now I would ask our Magnifico Rettore, Professor Paolo Martelli, to say some few words of, to all of us.
Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti e a tutti. I'm very delighted to be here today to welcome you on behalf of the University of Parma, the whole academic bodies, and particularly our students are here today with us in spirit. Different reason for me to be here today. First, to represent the university, but particularly to remember Giancarlo Rastelli. Giancarlo Rastelli is a brilliant example of the true message of a surgeon. What Giancarlo Rastelli did in his life is something extraordinary. And this is the reason why now is in progress a process to beatificate him. This is a very, very good reason to celebrate today. And the best way to remember and to celebrate Giancarlo Rastelli is to give support to students that are involved in research and can represent the future of the profession, of medical profession. And I thank so much the Commission that hardly worked just to define the winner of this award in the memory of Giancarlo Rastelli. And that's the reason why I'm here today, just to be close to the student that get very, very high, a very high top of their research. They study a lot, they present their work, and then they are ready to be active in the profession of the medical profession. And then we'll go ahead with the mission of Giancarlo Rastelli. That's the wish I give to all of them. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Magnifico Rettore, for these are wonderful words said in honor of Giancarlo Rastelli. And let me now say some few words of introduction to this prize that our university wanted to establish for Giancarlo Rastelli. We celebrate the legacy of Giancarlo Rastelli to let the medical student know of his life, first of all, and to reflect and write on a sentence that Gian wrote: the first charity toward the sick person is science. And that is what the Department of Medicina e Chirurgia of our university wanted by founding the Rastelli Prize for medical students of the Italian universities. Professor Stefano Bettati, director of the department, will present the prize, and Alessandro Giamberti, director of the cardiac pediatric surgery of the San Donato Milanese, will tell of in his magistral lecture of the life and the result of the research made by Dr. Rastelli, which have changed the lives of many children born with congenital heart defect. We will hear of the Rastelli classification of AV canal, of the Rastelli intervention for complex form of transposition. I wish only to tell you few things, having been with Jan and working with him the last 2 years of his life. Only few things about his human quality, his human side, human qualities, and the goal of his life, and of his extraordinary charisma. I knew Dr. Rastelli when I was student, and he was our assistente in the last year of medical school. Then he was my tutor and then colleague at the Mayo Clinic. What always fascinated me was the perfect balance of his great human qualities and the coherence of his entire life to the goal that he had clear in mind from the early life, to do medical scientific research and to live up to the values of the gospel. He had a deep religious sense of the life, but he was not a bigot. Non era un baciapile, wrote a friend and colleague of him, Tiberio D'Aloia. He was a religious person, and at the same time, he had a great sense of humor and enjoyed every aspect of the life. Sometime, his sister Rosangela wrote, Jan was asking if God himself is laughing. In Rochester, he was also asked to join a group and to play in some comedies in the local theater. Another classmate of him, Nino Maniscalco, wrote, he practiced the gospel with deeds, not preaching. He was a Congregato Mariano, a member of the group guided by Padre Molin at the Church of San Rocco, which is attached to the buildings of the Central University. With his friend Congregati, he took care and followed the youngster at the Lambruschini, a reformatorio house well known to all Parmesan people, for youngsters with difficult life problems. When he was visiting some patient in Parma on his occasional return home from Rochester, never accepted money. I soldi non li conosceva, wrote a colleague, Luigi Gambara, who was used to bring patients to him. In Rochester, he gave hospitality in his home to children and families with poor condition. Another classmate, Angiolino Landini, who is here with us and is in the program of the meeting, will tell that when they were preparing the exam for the medical school, Jan sometime was starting the studying by reciting and saying by heart the hymn of the charity of St. Paul in his letter to Corinthians. If I knew all the language and not have a charity, and so on. I recall a friend of Jan, Antonio Gambara, saying to me that when they were walking from Garibaldi Square to the hospital, going there for the lessons of medical school, Jan was asking Antonio, shall we recite the rosary? He had been a brilliant student. His thesis was published, became assistente of the Department of General Surgery at Parma University soon after graduation, but he was not a profeta in patria, a prophet in his homeland, a prophet in Parma. Suffice to say that he was denied the title of libera docenza, of professorship, which he suffered very much, even if he was already at Mayo. So the words of the Magnifico Rettore this morning here at this meeting are very precious, very important, and very beautiful. And at the end, that was his fortune. It was his fortune for Gian, and the fortune of many children born with complex congenital heart defect who did and continue to benefit from the innovation that Gian brought to the field of pediatric cardiology and cardiac surgery. Working was his fortune, being working at the Mayo Clinic. Gian has been a layman who has lived the mission of his life, the medical resource, as a supreme deed of charity toward the sick, with absolute fidelity in the last years of his life, fighting against an incurable condition with heroism. This is the reason why the person and the history of Gian has such a fascination, a kind of a mystique towards so many youngsters who happen to know of his life. Now, let's now proceed, and I will ask Professor Stefano Bettati, Director of the Department of Medicine and Surgery of our university, to present the prize, the Rastelli Prize.
Thank you, Umberto. Well, good morning to everybody. First of all, I wish to congratulate with Umberto, the chairpersons and all the organizers for the success of the meeting. And also I wish, on behalf of the Department of Medicine and Surgery, to thank Umberto and the Medical Care Development Peace Association for making possible the ceremony. This morning we will deliver 3 awards in memory of Giancarlo Rastelli. And I remember Umberto came to me early last spring, suggesting or wondering what I thought about this prize, which was aimed at making young students or medical doctors aware of the figure of Giancarlo Rastelli. Now, I'm not going to repeat what Umberto already said about how great a person and the doctor was Rastelli, but I immediately thought it was a great idea, and we started working on that. So our department, thanks to the contribution of the association, organized the prize, which is dedicated to 3 essays which will be awarded on the motto by Giancarlo Rastelli, the first charity of a doctor towards the patient is science, as already Umberto said. Participation of a competition required the development of an essay in English or in Italian, and it was reserved to students of the last years of medicine and surgery or young residents in the School of Specialization in Cardiovascular Diseases and Cardiac Surgery. We received by the deadline at the end of August 13 essays, and those were evaluated and ranked by a committee which was composed of 3 persons. One is Stefania Conti, full professor and former director of the Department of Medicine and Surgery, and then Wallis Wild Menozzi, which is a poet and essayist, an American one, but living in Parma, and a colleague from the University of Trieste, an emeritus professor of Italian literature named Elvio Guadagnini. So the first place winner will receive a prize of 3,000 euros, the second place winner 2,000 euros, and the third place winner 1,000 euros. But before announcing the winners, I would like to invite the committee, and especially Stefania and Wallis, to explain the reasons that brought them to select those three elaborates, the criteria they used.
Good morning, everybody. It has been a great pleasure to be a part of this judging committee, and I must thank my colleagues, Wallis and Professor Guagnini of University of Trieste. So we just have had the title of the competition. So we had to judge on 13 essays on the sentence of Dr. Rastelli. And we choose to, for the evaluation of these essays, to have three criteria. And the first criterion was the novelty and the personal contribution of the candidates. And the second criterion was the strength and depth of argumentation on the sentence of Dr. Rastelli. And the third criterion was the quality of presentation. So we use this criteria for the evaluation of the essays, and our judgment was unanimous. And we will see in a minute who were the winners of this prize. I leave the word to my colleague.
Thank you. Just a few more words. We were very happy to see this prize begin, and we hope it will grow. We hope it will be repeated. We hope its criteria will be expanded. And we hope that Dr. Rastelli, who is a light that will remain, it will be he will never be extinguished in terms of his practice, but we know that the world that young people are in today, the profession, the doctors, the things they are facing and the things they are considering are different in many, many degrees from what the world was when Dr. Rastelli was practicing medicine. And we hope this prize will be also in terms of become a forum for expanding and examining some of the issues in communication, some of the issues in research which are facing you as young people. And one of the things is the whole purpose of this conference at this point is to hand the torch over to you younger people to define these things. And we're glad the Rastelli Prize will be part of it and will be linked to the university.
Prima di procedere dico una cosa.
Well, thanks to Stefania Conti and Wallis Wild-Menozzi. You can go back to your seat. Thank you. Umberto has something to say.
Before proceeding, let me say one very important thing. I want to tell all of us, all of you, that this morning is connected with us and will say some words. Antonella Rastelli, who is in Padova now, and we know that is following our work, and she will address some. Antonella was the daughter of Gian. she was 4 when in 1970, and then she became a doctor herself and married Maurizio Corbella, who is a professor of neurology at the University of Padua. They were both at the St. Louis University in US, and then Maurizio was called by University of Padua for Chiara Fama for his work in neurology. So Antonella is following the work of this morning, and before the lecture of Gianberti Alessandro, he will address us his greetings to all of us. Let's go.
Okay, we are ready now to announce the winners. Based on an anonymous ranking, the third place winner is Andrea Caraffini for the following motivation: precise analysis and carried out with clarity of the different propositions in which Rastelli's thought is articulated. Propositions and intentions shared and stimulating to be able to face with conscience and ethical depth the medical profession. So please come here and... Can you briefly introduce yourself and go through your essay?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I am a resident in cardiology at the third year, and I wrote this essay, and I want to greet the university, the Rettore, and the organization of this wonderful Congress. Thank you very much. Mi sono imbattuto in questa frase e quindi nel bando di questa bella iniziativa navigando sul sito della mia università mentre aiutavo mio cuginetto nell'iscrizione alla sua prossima facoltà. Mi ha colpito subito, tanto che sono tornato a cercarla qualche giorno dopo per capire meglio di cosa si trattasse. Sono uno specializzando di cardiologia, iscritto al secondo anno, e conoscevo già la figura di Giancarlo Rastelli grazie a brevi lezioni di cardiochirurgia pediatrica a cui ho assistito. Conoscevo i suoi interventi e a grandi linee la sua biografia, ma ero completamente ignaro di chi fosse il professor Rastelli come persona. Sono un appassionato di biografie, nel tempo libero spesso leggo libri, ascolto podcast o interviste di personaggi sportivi famosi, imprenditori e industriali, per cercare di capire, o meglio interpretare dai loro discorsi, dalle loro frasi, dal loro racconto, del loro vissuto, quale sia la chiave che ha reso la loro occupazione e di conseguenza i loro raggiungimenti così unici e speciali. Questo non tanto per cercare di emularli, quanto per il fascino che il loro complesso ed articolato mondo interiore scaturisce in me. Credo che dietro ai grandi risultati debba necessariamente esserci tanto pensare, ma soprattutto una filosofia di vita unica e poco riproducibile. Sono inoltre affascinato dagli aforismi e dalle frasi di poche parole che celano un mondo di riflessioni. È come immaginare una porta in mezzo a un muro spoglio. La apri e dall'altra parte del muro trovi il mare, aperto, e devi navigarci. Leggere queste frasi è come aprire quella porta. Tutto questo per dire che questa citazione ha unito molte delle mie curiosità, tanto che ho voluto approfondire, documentandomi su internet e leggendo il libro scritto dalla sorella di Giancarlo Rastelli, un cardiochirurgo con la passione dell'uomo. La prima carità del medico verso il malato è la scienza. Da quello che ho appreso nelle mie ricerche, queste poche parole possono scrivere quasi appieno la figura personale e professionale del professor Rastelli e, leggendole alla luce del suo vissuto, si trasformano in consigli per gli studenti e per i giovani medici come me. È da tanto che non scrivo, la maggior parte delle mie letture sono articoli scientifici che si organizzano in punti e paragrafi, quindi per non discostarmi dalle letture a me più congeniali ho pensato di elencare tutti quei consigli di cui parlavo e proprio attraverso questi ricordare la vita del professore. Sì, curioso. Fin dall'università Giancarlo è stato uno studente che descrivevano come diligente, ma soprattutto propositivo, curioso e disposto a sacrificarsi per la sete di sapere. Era sempre pieno di domande e non si è mai accontentato del canonico percorso prefissato per uno studente. Da interno presso la clinica di patologia generale diretta dal professor Rezzesi riuscì ad aprire agli studenti, grazie all'aiuto del suo assistente, dei laboratori con all'interno macchinari, strumenti, schede e pubblicazioni che prima di allora erano sempre state tenute nascoste a questi. Il sapere è anche condivisione. Sia da studente che da medico e professore, Rastelli è sempre stata una persona che amava condividere ciò che pensava, studiava e scopriva. Aiutava i suoi amici all'università e successivamente i suoi colleghi in ospedale, in quanto credeva fortemente che lavorare in un ambiente stimolante e stimolato fosse fondamentale per il miglioramento e l'apprendimento di tutti. Ama essere medico prima che specialista. Fin tanto che Giancarlo ha lavorato in Italia prima di diventare chirurgo è sempre stato medico. A detta della sorella divenne il secondo medico ufficioso di Polesine Parmense, un piccolo comune della Bassa Parmense. Spesso i suoi numerosi amici d'infanzia, anche quelli di umili origini, facevano la fila nel reparto di chirurgia dell'ospedale in cui Giancarlo era specializzando, per poter avere un suo consulto. Infatti lui visitava tutti, dal caso più semplice al più complesso, anche convincendo i professori più rigidi a consigliarlo e ad aiutarlo, in cambio di turni di lavoro straordinari. Sfrutta tutte le occasioni che ti accadono. A soli 26 anni Giancarlo è partito per l'America con un volo di sola andata per studiare e lavorare alla Mayo Clinic. È lì che ebbe l'opportunità di completare a pieno la sua formazione, successivamente scrivere la storia della cardiochirurgia pediatrica, con l'invenzione delle famose tecniche Rastelli 1 e 2, le classificazioni del canale atroventricolare e l'esperienza delle nuove tecniche chirurgiche per la correzione di tronco arterioso e la trasposizione corretta dei grandi vasi. Per amore della sua professione fu disposto a muoversi migliaia di chilometri lontano da casa, ma non dimenticandosi mai delle sue origini, tanto da portare con sé in America i suoi conoscenti o pazienti parmigiani per poter eventualmente far accedere alla Mayo Clinic i figli nati con malformazioni cardiache. Metti il paziente al primo posto. Oltre a un'estrema professionalità e genialità in campo medico-chirurgico, Giancarlo era un esempio di umanità e bontà d'animo. Si è distinto per avere considerato i suoi pazienti come se fossero i suoi parenti più cari. Uno degli esempi più potenti di questa sua qualità è che spesso ospitava nella sua casa in America le famiglie dei piccoli pazienti italiani che faceva appositamente venire in America ad operarsi. Vivi al massimo la tua vita lavorativa ed extralavorativa, sia nei momenti migliori che in quelli peggiori. Giancarlo ha sempre vissuto con estrema energia ogni momento, sia prima che dopo la diagnosi della malattia per la quale purtroppo è venuto a mancare. La stessa sorella racconta come anche dopo la diagnosi di cancro polmonare fosse rimasto in prima linea nelle sale operatorie, finché le forze glielo permettessero, allo stesso tempo molto presente in ambito familiare. Ad ogni ciclo di terapia che allungava la sua aspettativa di vita, lui gioiva nell'avere ancora a disposizione del tempo per poter operare i suoi pazienti ed amare la sua famiglia. Tutti i punti che ho voluto mettere in luce leggendo la sua biografia e ricollegandomi alla sua celebre frase disegnano la figura di un medico, di un lavoratore, di un uomo fantastico che ha fatto della sua vita un'opera di bene, un'opera di scienza. Ma tornando al punto centrale di questa riflessione e analizzando più pragmaticamente, la prima carità del medico verso il malato è la scienza. La carità è intesa come voglia di far del bene al paziente, senza ricevere nulla in cambio, aiutare, prendersi cura di una persona in maniera del tutto spuria da ritorni personali. A questo punto la domanda sorge spontanea: si è abbastanza virtuosi per volere questo? Come possiamo ottenerlo? Qual è il miglior modo per prestare cure mediche se non offrire quelle più precise, le più all'avanguardia, la migliore opzione possibile per quello specifico paziente? Nella mia limitata esperienza da medico, molto spesso mi sono trovato in situazioni in cui mi sono sentito non completamente adatto, pronto e soprattutto abbastanza preparato per poter dare al paziente la migliore opzione, la migliore risposta e il miglior aiuto. Ogni volta che mi sono trovato in queste situazioni il mio pensiero è sempre stato di dover studiare di più per recuperare le lacune e riuscire ad affrontare al meglio la stessa situazione la volta successiva, risultando quindi io stesso la migliore opzione per quel paziente. A mio avviso è questa la chiave della frase del professor Rastelli, da aggiungere a tutti gli esempi che ci ha dato durante la sua vita. La professione del medico deve quindi essere la continua ricerca della migliore opzione, della migliore risposta da poter dare al paziente. Quando si è un apprendista come me o come lo era lui da specializzando, la scienza che è carità è principalmente sapere, imparare e mettere in pratica quelle che sono le evidenze più recenti, lo standard of care migliore del momento. Poi raggiunto questo obiettivo già di per sé arduo e virtuoso, si deve passare alla ricerca di qualcosa di meglio, che porterà le nuove generazioni di medici ed apprendisti ad essere ogni anno e decennio che passa un'opzione sempre migliore per il paziente. Tutto questo è racchiuso a mio avviso in queste poche ma significative parole. Scrivere queste righe è stato per me molto istruttivo, non è stato solo scrivere un tema, ma stilare un elenco di buoni propositi, come per tappezzarmi la mia testa di post-it in cui ho scritto come vorrei essere e come dovrei ricordarmi di svolgere la mia professione negli anni a venire. Spesso però i buoni propositi non si riescono a seguire appieno, ci sono momenti in cui si è più diligenti e momenti invece in cui per stanchezza o demoralizzazione si è più pigri. In questo caso però l'obiettivo sarà quello di cercare di essere il più fedeli possibile a questi intenti, poiché fare scienza ed essere parte della scienza è fare carità per i pazienti. Grazie. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Andrea Caraffini. Congratulations for your essay. You will receive the certificate and the prize after the ceremony. So we can proceed with the second place winner, which is Bianca Ada Magnanini. For the following motivation. Original development that starts from personal experiences and from an acknowledgement of the need to listen in the care of patients and of human relationships with them. Significant stories that lead to understanding and the meaning of Rastelli's ideas, analyzed with clarity and participation. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bianca. I'm a first-year resident in cardiology, and I work in Milan, in Centro Cardiologico Monzino. So thank you for this prize. Thank you to the Rettore and to you. I wrote in Italian, so I'll read in Italian. Quell'anziana paziente era seduta sul suo letto d'ospedale e da sola piangeva. Io, specializzanda del primo anno, mi sentivo impotente e al tempo stesso scalpitavo perché avevo i secondi contati, gli altri malati da seguire, le lettere di dimissione e le riunioni con i capi. Sapevo che la condizione clinica non era grave, eppure, nonostante l'ansia per le incombenze urgenti, mi sono seduta accanto a lei e l'ho ascoltata a lungo, in un tempo dilatato, dimenticando le lancette dell'orologio. Mi ha raccontato le sue paure e io l'ho aiutata a razionalizzarle. Il suo sguardo si è rischiarato. Dopo pochi giorni è stata dimessa e al momento del congedo mi ha salutato ringraziandomi perché se i medici ascoltano la malattia è un po' più leggera. Così mi sono resa conto dell'importanza fondamentale dell'ascolto nella cura dei pazienti. Eugenio, che è un nome di fantasia, aveva 57 anni, era in condizioni cliniche stabili e in procinto di essere dimesso dal reparto di riabilitazione cardiologica. Quel giorno stava rientrando dalla palestra della fisioterapia, in carrozzina. All'improvviso ho sentito un tonfo, ero in reparto, lì vicino, sono accorsa da lui, ma Eugenio era disteso sul pavimento, in corridoio, esanime. Gli altri pazienti, richiamati dal trambusto, si erano affacciati sulle porte delle camere. Chi piangeva, chi era ghiacciato nel silenzio. Ho iniziato il massaggio cardiaco mentre arrivavano di corsa anestesisti e rianimatori con defibrillatore e adrenalina, ma è stato tutto vano perché Eugenio è spirato in corridoio. Era la prima volta che vedevo morire un paziente sotto i miei occhi. Che cosa era successo? Avrei forse potuto fare di più? Mi sono interrogata per giorni, chiedendomi se mi fosse sfuggito qualcosa, se qualcun altro al posto mio sarebbe stato in grado di farlo sopravvivere. Salvifico è stato il confronto con i miei medici strutturati, i miei referenti. Assieme abbiamo ripercorso l'iter del malato e abbiamo ipotizzato la diagnosi, provato a immaginare gli esiti se avessimo fatto scelte terapeutiche diverse. La scienza così condivisa ci ha aiutato a capire. Il confronto di persona, diretto e senza concessioni, ci ha dato la forza di agire come squadra e di spiegare agli altri ricoverati che cosa fosse successo. Il tempo dell'ascolto, ancora una volta, scienza in relazione con i pazienti. Queste sono due storie che mi sono sembrate significative per raccontare come sto vivendo gli anni di specializzazione in malattie dell'apparato cardiovascolare e come vorrei impostare il mio lavoro di medico. Due storie di scienza e di carità, di medicina e di empatia, di conoscenza che non è asettica, ma umanissima, fondata sulle persone, sui medici, sui pazienti in carne e ossa e sulla relazione di cura reciproca. Giancarlo Rastelli, cardiochirurgo parmigiano, scomparso nel 1970 a 37 anni, scriveva: «Incontro il malato come il fratello di un comune destino, non come un numero, perché l'ammalato è l'altro da seguire». E ancora, ho sempre pensato che la prima carità che l'ammalato deve avere dal medico è la carità della scienza, è la carità dell'essere curato come va, perché senza di questo è inutile parlare di altre carità, senza di questo si fa del paternalismo e del pietismo soltanto. Scienza e carità è l'idea fondante di Rastelli, Ma come rileggere oggi questi concetti? Perché, a distanza di oltre mezzo secolo dalla sua scomparsa, l'idea dell'essere medico da lui incarnata è ancora così attuale e trascinante per noi giovani. Partiamo dalla scienza. Rispolverando le mie conoscenze da liceale, ho cercato l'etimologia della parola. Il termine deriva dal latino scienza, da science, participio presente di scire, cioè sapere, parola che ha a che fare con la razionalità. La scienza, secondo l'epistemologia, è una conoscenza che include, in modo o misura qualsiasi, una garanzia della sua validità, contrapposta all'opinione, caratterizzata per l'appunto dalla mancanza di questa garanzia. Ecco allora l'assoluta modernità di Rastelli, la sua idea forte, perfezionata durante la formazione specialistica alla Mayo Clinic di Rochester, era che la medicina fosse un infinito cammino condiviso tra medici e ricercatori, un percorso che procede tappa dopo tappa verso la conquista di risultati pubblici, scoperte che si trasformano in un patrimonio comune e che, se non invalidate, perché la scienza non è una conoscenza assoluta, ma un cammino ad ostacoli, diventano la base delle decisioni terapeutiche. Credo che Rastelli sia stato un antesignano della medicina basata sull'evidenza, l'approccio, come spiegava il suo fondatore Sackett, che valorizzava esclusivamente i risultati scientifici documentati e condivisi, cioè quei processi continui di apprendimento che integrano le migliori evidenze scientifiche disponibili con l'esperienza clinica e le preferenze del paziente. Grazie agli studi scientifici, oggi possiamo sapere quali farmaci funzionano meglio per una determinata patologia e condividere protocolli efficaci. La medicina non è un percorso soggettivo, ma una grande strada comune e pubblica. Rastelli però è andato oltre e allora torna il concetto di carità. Partiamo ancora dalle radici, dall'etimologia. Carità deriva dal latino caritas, che a sua volta ha origine dal greco caris, nel senso di benevolenza, amore e compassione, e dal greco simpatia, cioè simpatia, provare emozioni con, cioè il sentimento di una persona che è in grado di percepire la sofferenza dell'altro e desiderare di alleviarla. Il concetto di compassione richiama quello di empatia, che proviene dal greco empateia, composto da en, dentro, e pathos, affezione o sentimento. Già Aristotele definiva la carità come desiderio del bene altrui. Per Kant la carità è un dovere morale. Per Levinas l'altro non è un io, ma colui che mi chiama fuori da me stesso per prendermi cura degli altri. Quindi non un atteggiamento paternalistico calato dall'alto, ma un impegno attivo e rispettoso. A convalidare questa visione è stata la recente scoperta dei neuroni specchio, ad opera dello scienziato parmigiano Rizzolatti e del suo gruppo, che ha rivoluzionato la nostra comprensione del cervello umano e svelato le basi fisiologiche dell'empatia e del comportamento sociale. Rastelli è stato un pioniere nel capire il ruolo attivo e terapeutico della carità nella medicina, intesa, al di là del concetto religioso, come empatia, ascolto e cura. Una visione attualissima e validata da importanti studi scientifici, uno sguardo che ha rivalutato il potere terapeutico della relazione medico-paziente, rendendo quest'ultimo più potente proprio grazie alla scienza a lui comunicata dal medico. Nell'articolo Ansia, depressione e psicofarmaci, lo psichiatra Paolo Migone analizza l'efficacia degli psicofarmaci. Alla fine la sua conclusione è che la stragrande maggioranza dei pazienti, soprattutto quelli affetti da depressione non grave, migliora per l'effetto dell'incontro del medico, grazie a quella che potremmo chiamare una psicoterapia implicita. Nel 1956 lo psicoterapeuta ungherese Michael Balint scriveva che il farmaco più usato in medicina è proprio il medico. La vita di Rastelli ne è un chiaro esempio. Oggi, nel tempo di Internet, sembra difficile che il medico riesca ancora ad essere autorevole per i suoi pazienti. E comunque su che cosa si fonda questa autorevolezza, visto che il principio di autorità è minore di una volta? La medicina attuale è profondamente diversa da quella di mezzo secolo fa. Oggi, appunto, ognuno si improvvisa medico di se stesso e può curarsi da solo, perché basta un click. È facile convincersi che non ci sia più bisogno della presenza fisica del medico, del rapporto di fiducia personale, dell'anamnesi costruita nel tempo e fondata sulla conoscenza individuale. Certo, il sapere medico diffuso e capillare non è sempre dannoso, ma aver sudato 7 camicie sui testi rende evidente che la medicina non si improvvisa e non è mai soltanto astratta, generale, ma sempre calata nell'individuo. E qui torna Giancarlo Rastelli, l'autorevolezza conquistata sul campo con la ricerca, Fu il primo ad arrivare alla classificazione del canale atroventricolare e del conseguente approccio chirurgico, la procedura Rastelli, e parimenti del lavoro in reparto, a contatto con i pazienti. Scienza e carità, competenza e relazione di fiducia. È l'indicazione di un percorso, di quello che vorrei fosse anche il mio. Riavvolgo il nastro della memoria al giorno della mia laurea, il 5 luglio 2023, all'emozione di noi tutti, studenti e amici, arrivati assieme a quel traguardo, schierati davanti alla commissione, alla lettura del giuramento di Ippocrate che dice: giuro di perseguire con la persona assistita una relazione di cura fondata sulla fiducia e sul rispetto dei valori e dei diritti di ciascuno e su un'informazione preliminare al consenso, comprensibile e completa. Questa è la lezione di Giancarlo Rastelli, che infine parlava anche di gioia. Come ricordato nel suo volume La prima carità del malato e la scienza, quando una volta in gioventù la sorella gli chiese che cosa faresti se ti dicessero che hai poco tempo da vivere, Gian aveva risposto: continuerei a giocare. Per noi, giovani medici, la gioia è una motivazione forte a tenere duro, a non scoraggiarci davanti alle enormi responsabilità. So di fare un mestiere molto bello e anche io vorrei continuare a giocare tutta la vita con scienza e carità.
Thank you. Congratulations to Bianca Ada Magnanini, second place winner. And now the first place winner, which is Maristella Perna. Please. For the following motivation, the presentation is original and lively, also due to the nature of the dialogue that serves to renew and confirm trust and optimism towards the chosen profession, the humanity of the mission, and the meaning of necessary and continuous research. Please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Maristella. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. And this is my... Accetta un 18? Sì, assolutamente. Si accetta tutto. Il professore mi guarda piuttosto deluso. Un altro esame è andato per il rotto della cuffia. Esco dall'aula e mi incammino verso casa. Non erano domande così difficili, ma i dettagli, quei maledetti dettagli. Non ce la faccio. Devo rivedere adesso cosa non mi è tornato in mente. Mi siedo su una panchina sotto i grandi platani dell'ospedale e tiro fuori gli appunti dallo zaino. Che rabbia! Tanto tempo passato a studiare e salto fuori con il minimo. Ma in fondo l'esame l'ho passato, no? Quindi qual è il problema? Scorro tra le righe piene di annotazioni. Eccolo, era proprio scritto lì, dannazione, evidenziato e sottolineato. Butto con rabbia i fogli di fianco a me, sospiro e appoggio la fronte sui palmi. Ho passato un altro esame, sempre più vicino alla meta. Ho preso un votaccio che abbasserà la media già martoriata, un altro fallimento. Non mi interessa, l'indifferenza lentamente mi sta consumando. Un entusiasmo senza eguali pochi anni prima per passare il test d'ingresso alla facoltà, mentre adesso faccio il minimo indispensabile, giusto per arrivare alla fine. Non sento più trasporto per lo studio, non sento più la curiosità che accende l'anima. Sapere non riempie il vuoto, non so cosa sto facendo né il perché, so solo che devo laurearmi, poi si vedrà. Respiro profondamente e mi guardo attorno. Le macchine passano, le persone entrano ed escono dagli edifici ospedalieri. Sarò mai in grado di aiutarle, di curare i loro mali e di alleviarne le sofferenze, di essere la guida sicura di cui hanno bisogno? Chissà se voglio davvero seguire questa strada. Non so se ne vale la pena, non so se ne sarò mai in grado. Sento la brezza che accarezza le foglie. C'è odore di autunno nell'aria, ma fa troppo caldo per essere la fine di settembre. Almeno oggi non ce l'ha, fa soffocante. Mi manca la montagna, il suo profumo di pini e la terra umida, la mattina fredda e frizzante, lo scorrere dei ruscelli e dei fiumi, le verdi vallate e la tranquillità che ritrovo sempre in quei luoghi. Sento pizzicare gli occhi e rimango con lo sguardo perso nel vuoto. «Ehi, tutto bene?» La domanda mi fa trasalire. Un giovane signore, vestito elegantemente, con occhi profondi e vivaci, mi studia un po' preoccupato. Sì, tutto bene, grazie, solo una giornata pesante. Posso sedermi? Prego. L'uomo si siede e inizia a fischiettare a Vivaldi. Bravo, molto intonato, ma decido di alzarmi per andarmene in fretta e furia. Aspetta, hai dimenticato questi? Mi avverte porgendomi i fogli. Giusto, gli appunti. Ah, grazie mille. Ehi, ma studi medicina? Ha notato gli argomenti scritti. Già, proprio così. In realtà non sopporto dire cosa studio, è un continuo riemergere dei dubbi e frustrazioni che mi porto dietro. Speriamo la finisca qui con l'interrogatorio. Wow, e ti piace? No, non la smette, di male in peggio. E insomma, è faticoso. Cerco di nascondere la faccia nello zaino mentre ci infilo le cartacce alla buona, ma il tormentatore continua. Lo puoi dire forte. Sai, sono stato studente in medicina anch'io, proprio in questa università. Lo ricordo come se fosse ieri. Io e i miei amici di corso passavamo giornate intere a studiare, ripetere, interrogarci su quei tomi ricchi di medicina. È stato un cammino irto di difficoltà, professori esigenti e terribili, dottori gelosi delle proprie conoscenze, sbagli, insicurezze e dubbi, ma siamo andati avanti, animati da una grande speranza e dalla forza che ci davamo l'un l'altro, e alla fine ci siamo laureati. Guardo lo sconosciuto seduto sulla panchina, è così vivo, vivace come un bambino gioioso mentre racconta. Mi incuriosisce. Sistemo lo zaino sulle spalle. Basta interrogare me, ora faccio io qualche domanda. E quale specializzazione ha scelto poi? Sono diventato cardiochirurgo. Dopo la laurea ho lavorato alcuni anni qui a Parma, dedicandomi ai malati e a chiunque avesse bisogno di aiuto, perché è così che si deve fare. Assistevo i pazienti e continuavo il mio mestiere di medico. A chi di loro aveva domande sulla propria condizione, rispondevo con serenità e cura, per togliere i dubbi e dare loro speranza finché non fossero guariti. Poi ho vinto una borsa di studio e sono partito per l'America, dove ho svolto molte ricerche, oltre che dedicarmi alla chirurgia. Una storia davvero avvincente. Decido di tornare a sedermi sulla panchina, posando lo zaino a terra. Perché è andato in America? Da quello che dice sembrava avesse già molto lavoro qui. Sì, c'era molto da lavorare. Cercavo di fare tutto il possibile per chi voleva una risposta alla propria malattia. Sapevo dirgli come erano fatti gli organi, come funzionavano, a cosa servivano, come nascevano, come si arrivava alla loro patologia e come questa sarebbe stata guarita. Purtroppo per alcuni le risposte non c'erano, ma ne avevano bisogno. Era mia responsabilità trovarle per loro. Ho continuato a studiare per una soluzione. Certi rami della medicina non erano sviluppati come adesso, mancavano le tecnologie perché dovevano ancora essere inventate. In America riuscirono a crearne alcune. Nel mio percorso la chiave è stata la macchina cuore-polmoni che ha aperto la porta della cardiochirurgia. Fino ad allora era impossibile eseguire certe operazioni perché mentre si operava sul cuore del paziente nulla poteva continuare a pompare il sangue mantenendolo in vita. Con questa scoperta mi trovavo davanti a una possibilità per migliorare e fare qualcosa in più per gli altri, per dar loro non solo risposte, ma soluzioni reali. Così, con la borsa di studio, sono partito e arrivato alla Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. E com'è andata? La vicenda si fa sempre più affascinante. Trovarsi da soli in un paese nuovo, lontano migliaia di chilometri da casa, senza i tortelli alle erbette e altre delizie dell'Italia? Avevo nostalgia, sentivo la mancanza della famiglia e degli amici. Inoltre pensavo di sapere tutto sul cuore, avendo vinto la borsa di studio. Invece mi accorsi presto di avere così tanto da imparare, anche quello che sui libri non era ancora scritto. Era una scuola fantastica, la Walt Disney della medicina. Non aveva paura di questo modo nuovo di pensare, studiare e apprendere? Era molto dura. In ogni occasione era buona per essere interrogati. Nemmeno alle cene coi colleghi si stava buoni. Un continuo esame, mi spezzavano le ossa, ma io ero sempre e comunque in prima fila. Era indispensabile sapere tutto per continuare a cercare, per amore della scienza, della verità e del prossimo. Le sue parole mi ricordano che anche io la pensavo così. Cosa mi è successo? Medito sul 18 appena accettato, guardo a terra e sento lo sconforto salire. Signore, io non sono più granché nello studio. Ormai mi accontento del minimo indispensabile. Alzo gli occhi sul suo viso, ha un sorriso gentile e luminoso, non mi giudica, è come in attesa. Continuo a esprimergli i miei dubbi. Volevo conoscere e studiare per aiutare, volevo diventare migliore per essere un esempio, ma qualcosa non è andato per il verso giusto. Ho una gran confusione nella testa. Inoltre ci sono molte possibilità anche al di fuori della medicina e ora non so cosa fare. L'uomo si sistema sulla panchina, si sfiora il mento, riflette qualche secondo e ricomincia a parlare. Siamo responsabili in prima persona di quello che facciamo, che sia studio, professione o incontri con gli altri. Questo significa che per alleviare il mondo dal dolore dobbiamo essere disposti a lottare senza sosta. Per un medico lo studio è fondamentale, perché la carità che l'ammalato deve avere dal medico è la carità della sua scienza, la carità di essere curato come va fatto. Senza di questo è inutile parlare delle altre carità, senza di questo si fa del paternalismo e del pietismo soltanto. Lo guardo. Mi dispiace, ma non credo di aver ben capito. Dico che è essenziale essere ben preparati, perché questo è l'aiuto che deve ricevere il paziente dal proprio medico. Ci prendiamo cura dei malati perché ne hanno bisogno, giusto? Certo, concordo. Ma un aiuto può essere tante cose. Per esempio, un passante che vede un ferito per strada può prestare aiuto in che modo? Chiamando un'ambulanza. Se vado a trovare un parente malato in ospedale, che tipo di aiuto potrei dare? Vicinanza e conforto. E se sono il suo medico, qual è l'aiuto più importante che posso dargli? Tutte le mie possibili conoscenze per cercare di guarirlo. Lo guardo annuendo. Giusto, forse ho capito, però ancora non mi torna tutto, voglio chiarire. Allora si può essere medico solo studiando e imparando bene il mestiere? Basta questo? Trattare i pazienti come numeri o lezioni da apprendere? Ho avuto qualche esperienza non proprio positiva nella realtà e si discute molto spesso della relazione medico-paziente. Non si può curare un corpo dimenticando che questo appartiene a una stupenda e articolata realtà di persona che pensa e ama. Bisogna mettere amore in quello che facciamo, perché sapere senza saper amare è nulla, anzi meno di nulla. E questo vale sempre. Se un giorno deciderai di cambiare, ti basterà farti guidare dall'amore per la vita stessa, perché quando segui la passione, l'amore per quello che fai, nemmeno le difficoltà più grandi potranno fermare il tuo cammino. Penso a cosa potrei fare se lasciassi medicina, ma la verità è che qualunque strada sia, vorrei che aiutasse il mondo a cambiare per il meglio. Guardo il cielo azzurro attraverso le foglie, pronta a cadere. Mi chiedo perché dovrei farlo. Lei invece perché ha deciso di intraprendere questa strada? La vita dona talenti e opportunità senza che siamo noi a chiederglieli. Ricorda di non approfittare mai di ciò che sei, di ciò che hai, di ciò che hai avuto dalla vita stessa, dei tuoi talenti. E questi non devono essere lasciati in banca. Spendili per gli altri, per amore, e non sederti mai soddisfatta delle tue conquiste. Continua lo studio, la lotta, la fatica, la ricerca e la speranza. Far cessare la ricerca e far cessare la vita. Scegli la via più difficile, riconfrontati sempre con la tua stessa laurea, con te stessa, con i tuoi principi e con gli altri, fino alla fine. Ho scelto questa strada perché è stata l'opportunità che ho colto fra tante per dare del bene al prossimo. Rifletto in silenzio, ma insomma non sento più questo trasporto e non so nemmeno se servirà col futuro che continuano a prospettarci. Gli espongo il problema. Io non so più se voglio fare il medico, sto perdendo la speranza. Insomma, guarda questo mondo. Guerra e fame continuano nonostante tutti i progressi fatti. Le persone spesso sono cattive fra loro, nessuno si fida più dell'altro, l'invidia e la perfidia dilagano. Per non parlare di tutti i danni che sta comportando il cambiamento climatico, alluvioni e siccità, tempeste, innalzamento dei mari e malattie. Come posso pensare di fare il medico quando sembra che tutto stia andando per il peggio? Come contribuire a fermare tutto? Non perdere la speranza e non escluderti da queste difficoltà solo perché fanno paura. Chi non gioca perde in partenza. E poi siamo sicuri che vada tutto così male? Non c'è davvero niente di buono? Ricorda che malgrado tutte le guerre e le sopraffazioni del mondo, anche tra il cemento continueranno a nascere i fiori e che Dio non si è ancora pentito dell'uomo. Lo guardo con ammirazione. E riguardo le persone malvagie, quelle che non vogliono cambiare il mondo, chi cerca la guerra o si fa ricco sfruttando con cattiveria tutto e tutti? Noi non siamo giudici, uno solo lo è. Non è il nostro compito. Il nostro unico dovere è mettere i nostri talenti al servizio degli altri. Donandogli amore incondizionato, un giorno potrebbero svegliarsi, capire e diffondere anche loro fiducia e carità, per rendere il mondo più umano. Umano di sole persone? Che ne è delle meraviglie della natura, degli ecosistemi così fragili che vengono distrutti perché non riusciamo ad accontentarci? L'ambiente è un tema delicato, forse capisco cosa intende, ma voglio assicurarmene. Umano è essere solidali, umano è essere comprensione e fiducia, umano è essere diversità e unità, fragilità e forza, accettazione e continua ricerca, è essere vita in tutte le sue forme, in tutta la sua complessità. Sento delle sirene in lontananza, guardo verso il basso. Le scarpe del mio compagno di discorsi sono vecchio stile, eleganti ma molto consumate, come se avessero percorso una vita intera. Come fai ad avere così tanta fede? La vedo nella quotidianità, negli amici, nelle risate, in una nuova alba. La sento donandomi con amore al prossimo, nei progressi della continua ricerca. Ma ognuno deve trovare la propria, cercandola nella vita. Mi accorgo che è tardi, il sole sta tramontando, il giovane signore si alza, deve andare e io devo prendere il treno. Ancora non le ho chiesto come si chiama, io sono Mari. Piacere, Giancarlo Rastelli, Gian per gli amici. Ora devo andare, il mio tempo qui è scaduto. Lo guardo mentre si allontana tra i passanti, nessuno lo nota, nessuno lo vede. Solo un bambino si accorge di lui. Gian lo saluta e per farlo ridere si gratta la testa e il fianco, saltellando come una scimmietta. Il piccolo ride divertito, mentre la madre se lo porta via con gentilezza. Passa una macchina che copre la visuale. Non vedo più Gian, è andato via troppo presto, come l'amico che lascia la festa proprio sul più bello. Ma non è scomparso, si è trasformato, vivendo ancora nelle persone che ha salvato, in quelle che salva e che salverà con le sue tecniche all'avanguardia, nei ricordi degli amici, dei familiari e delle persone che continuerà a ispirare con la sua vita straordinariamente vissuta.
Well, thanks to Maristella Pern, this was the first prize winner. And I wish to thank Umberto and the Medical Care Development Peace Association for making this possible. Now we can go on with the program. Thank you.
Now let's go on with the program. We are having the magistral lecture given by Dr. Alessandro Giamberti from the San Donato Milanese, is the chief of the cardiac surgery department of San Donato Milanese, and it will be presented by Angiolino Landini. Angiolino Landini is the brotherly friend of Giancarlo Rastelli. They were classmates at the Lyceum, Gymnasium Lyceum, and then at the medical school. And we will we will hear the word at first of Angiolo, as Gian was used to call him Angiolo, with great emotion. Please, Angiolo.
Carissimi colleghi, io vi parlo in italiano. Datemi un po' di tempo in modo tale che possiamo familiarizzare con il grande Giancarlo Rastelli. Grande, grande, che più grande non si può. Sono uno dei pochi sopravvissuti del cerchio di Giancarlo Rastelli. Abbiamo cominciato non dico dall'infanzia, ma poco ci manca, a vivere insieme e a studiare insieme. Giancarlo nasce a Pescara il 25 giugno 1933 e qui vive la sua prima infanzia. Poi i genitori Vito e Bianca e Luisa Bianchi si trasferiscono a Roma insieme alla sorella Rosangela, di qualche anno più giovane, e qui trascorrono la loro adolescenza. E poi comincia il giro di tutta la famiglia, un po' per tutta l'Italia centrale, settentrionale e anche meridionale, Pescara nel meridione. Alla fine sbarcano come residenza definitiva a Parma, loro sono originari di Parma, il papà e la mamma di Gian. E qui a Parma, a 12 anni, Gian comincia a frequentare la congregazione mariana di San Rocco, diretta da padre Mosè Pradel Molin, e a questo punto inizia un percorso di vita che ha già in sé delle stigmate particolari dell'uomo, del cristiano, dalle idee chiare, con una meta, un unico limpido traguardo da raggiungere, il bene dei fratelli poveri, sofferenti, per amore del suo grande maestro e fratello Gesù Cristo. Ed il Cristo Gesù gli consegnerà la palma d'oro degli eletti a soli 36 anni, dopo avergli fatto raggiungere vertiginose vette nel campo delle scienze mediche. E tutto questo mirabilmente si traduce, come già stato detto dai giovanissimi colleghi, tutto questo è stato, si riassume in quella frase bellissima che è citata appunto da loro, da questi bravissimi colleghi. Non posso fare a meno di dire appunto che sapere senza sapere amare è nulla, è meno di nulla. Questa è l'essenza dell'anima di Giancarlo Rastelli, della mente, dell'intelligenza di Giancarlo Rastelli. E qui non posso fare a meno di citare una frase dell'inno alla carità di San Paolo, dalla prima lettera ai Corinzi, e cioè: se anche io parlassi le lingue degli uomini e degli angeli, ma non avessi la carità, sarei come un bronzo che rimbomba o un cembalo che strepita. Ragazzi miei, quante volte e con quale fervore Gian recitava e cantava quell'inno alla carità prima di cominciare a studiare insieme. Sapere senza sapere amare è proprio nulla, è meno di nulla. In queste 10 parole che Gian riportava spesso si tocca con mano la quintessenza dell'uomo, del cristiano, del ricercatore scienziato. Giancarlo Rastelli, torniamo a parlare di lui 54 anni dopo la sua morte, in corso di beatificazione e canonizzazione. Si ricomincia a parlare di lui come di un'anima bella, di una mente acuta, degna di essere additata ad esempio formativo per le giovani generazioni. Gian, carissimo, siamo qui ancora una volta a parlare, a colloquiare, sorridenti e gioiosi, però siamo non solo io e te e qualcun altro della compagnia, eravamo in 7 in gruppo, ma ci sono tanti amici, tanti colleghi che vogliono assaporare la fiammeggiante bellezza della tua anima, vogliono sentire il calore del tuo cuore, e tutto questo è una cosa splendida. Ricominciando da principio, qualche episodio della nostra vita di studenti e neolaureati. Giustamente il carissimo amico Umberto ha citato il nome Agnolo o Angelo, ma lui mi chiamava Agnolo. Agnolo, che è tratto da Angelo Poliziano, il poeta del 400, del 400, che era alla scuola, educatore dei figli di Lorenzo il Magnifico. Poi i ragazzi dell'Ambruschini, andavamo io dietro sua sollecitazione, andavamo a parlare il sabato, la domenica, con questi ragazzi abbandonati che uscivano da famiglie disastrate e qui trovavano un punto di appoggio e di salvezza. La musica classica, voi non potete capire e non potete sapere come si appassionava ascoltando le 4 stagioni di Vivaldi, e era un piacere enorme parlare e studiare con lui. L'antologia di Spoon River, quante volte leggevamo e rileggevamo appunto quei versi. La croce dell'Ordine dei Medici di Parma, appena laureati, da appiccicare alla Vespa, non avevamo la macchina allora. Il film di Sergio Leone, Per un pugno di dollari, che siamo andati a vedere a Milano, al Nazionale, in una nebbiosa sera del novembre 1963, al suo primo rientro in Italia per la libera docenza. E qui mi permetto di dire, dopo aver messo alcuni puntini, e lo cito tra virgolette, la docenza che gli è stata negata, e finiamola lì. Le corrispondenze dagli Stati Uniti, sulla terza pagina del Corriere che leggevamo quotidianamente, le corrispondenze di Max David e Virgilio Lilli, sapete voi chi sono. Tu, Gian, posso ben dirlo, possiamo ben dirlo tutti noi che l'abbiamo conosciuto negli anni meravigliosi del liceo Ginnasio Romagnosi e dell'università. Tu sei stato proprio scelto tra noi. La Bibbia direbbe tu sei stato l'ultimo, l'unto, come succedeva appunto quando i profeti versavano l'olio sul capo del re o del giudice. Tu sei stato proprio il primo fra tutti noi. E la fisica materialità che ancora ci lega, me, Gian e gli altri, ai colori, ai profumi, alle luci di questa vita, alle bellezze di questo cielo, di questa terra che tanto hai amato, mi consente di riascoltare la tua frequente, così piacevolmente rumorosa risata, rassicurante, stimolante, formativa, specie per me che ero ben poco avvezzo al sorriso. Rivedo, caro Gian, i tuoi occhi mobilissimi, rivedo ancora il tuo incedere allampanato, elettrizzante ad un tempo, un perfetto equilibrio. Ed oggi tu torni a noi, a me in particolar modo, con tutta la prorompente vitalità dei tuoi 30 anni, ricolmi degli splendidi frutti dei tuoi studi, delle tue conquiste essenziali ancora oggi per la soluzione chirurgica di tante e tanto gravi cardiopatie congenite. Tanti bimbi allora morivano, ma tu hai creato il Rastelli 1 e il Rastelli 2, o meglio, la nuova classificazione delle cardiopatie congenite e il Rastelli 2, che era appunto uno degli interventi per risolvere queste cardiopatie, alcune di queste cardiopatie. Pochi giorni prima della tua morte, avvenuti il 2 febbraio del 1970, avevi preparato un simposio con i tuoi collaboratori ai quali dovevi illustrare i piani di lavoro e tutta una serie di sperimentazioni miranti, se possibile, ma non fu possibile purtroppo, miranti alla soluzione di quel pesantissimo problema che è il trattamento chirurgico del ventricolo unico. Quel simposio, assente Gian, si tenne il 29 gennaio 1960. Gian è morto 3 giorni dopo. Quella meta, cioè la correzione chirurgica del ventricolo unico, avrebbe sicuramente portato Gian al premio Nobel, come diceva il caro amico Umberto, ma non c'è stata la possibilità. Quel traguardo il Rastelli 3, Gian, non l'ha potuto raggiungere. Subito dopo lo scatto grintoso in quella luminosa corsa, il simposio venne tenuto a McGoon, nascente Gian. Quella vetta sublime Dio gliel'ha preclusa, ma noi non lasciamoci sicuramente tutti di voi pensare, ma perché questo? Perché? E noi non dobbiamo porcelo questo obiettivo. Siamo cristiani, stringiamo i denti e, se ci riusciamo, scandiamo e sillabiamo le parole della Bibbia, del Vangelo, fiat voluntas tua. Ma guardiamo avanti, sempre oltre, sempre come ha fatto Giancarlo, che ancora odo ripetere a voce alta il Paolo della seconda lettera a Timoteo. Ho combattuto la buona battaglia, ho terminato la mia corsa, ho conservato la fede. Lo sguardo sereno e rassicurante di Gian, nonostante il suo grave morbo, non veniva mai meno, nonostante l'implacabile e tremendo morbo, specie nei momenti più penosi per sé e per i piccoli malati. Ed erano quelli momenti in cui Gian doveva comunicare, già malato, la diagnosi dei bimbi ai genitori, i quali talvolta venivano ospitati, e purtroppo anche molto spesso, nella piccola, modesta casa lignea di Anna, sua moglie, di Gian e di Anna, sua moglie. E non accadeva, non tanto eccezionalmente, che uscisse fuori un contributo economico di Gian e di Anna per quei genitori che erano in serie difficoltà per affrontare il viaggio e per appunto l'albergo a Rochester. Ed ora vediamo alcuni concreti dettagli della vita di Gian come studente del ginnasio Liceo Romagnosi, studente di medicina all'Università di Parma, come assistente volontario presso la clinica chirurgica dell'università e contemporaneamente medico libero professionista nelle campagne parmensi, e di Gian ricercatore scienziato alla Mayo. Noi due ci conoscemmo in quinta ginnasio, pensate bene a quanto tempo fa. Era il 1° ottobre del 1947, voi eravate in mente dei. Fummo letteralmente allevati e plasmati da meravigliosi insegnanti indimenticabili ai quali tanto, proprio tutto dobbiamo. E il brillante Gian già allora dimostrava una marcia in più rispetto agli altri. Ben prima della maturità si pensava insieme alla facoltà di medicina. Già studente di medicina presso l'Università di Parma, non c'è stato un attimo di esitazione. In coro, in 7, abbiamo detto facciamo medicina. E nel novembre 1951, l'anno della grande alluvione, che voi non avete conosciuto, ci iscrivemmo alla facoltà in 81 e ci laureammo nel 1957 in 12. Gian frequentò subito vari istituti, fu assistente volontario negli ultimi 2 anni di corso e per 3 anni ancora dopo la laurea presso la clinica chirurgica dell'Università di Parma, diretta dall'allora professor Antonio Bobbio. Dopo una brillante tesi di laurea per la quale gli furono conferiti un importante premio alla pubblicazione, Gian continuò il suo assistentato presso la clinica chirurgica, ma contemporaneamente, come già detto, esercitava la libera professione medica nel parmense, e quanto era difficile retribuire il Gian per le sue prestazioni. E succedeva frequentemente che fosse lui, naturalmente in modo del tutto anonimo, a farsi carico delle spese per visite specialistiche a certi suoi pazienti. e così fece da medico di campagna e da medico ricercatore scienziato, capo del Dipartimento di Cardiochirurgia Sperimentale 2 anni prima di morire della Mayo, quando aveva 35 anni. Fu nominato da Kirkland capo del Dipartimento di Cardiochirurgia Sperimentale nel 68. Ed ecco il grande Jean che ti tira fuori spontanea e stupendo un'altra delle sue affermazioni che ti elevano e un poco anche ti mortificano. È umano, io mi sentivo mortificato perché vedevo questo gigante davanti a me, piccolo, piccolo, piccolo. Perché comprendi, tu hai la sensazione che lui voli molto in alto, ti rendi conto di quale cristianesimo lui viva, e non si può vivere sul dolore e sulla sofferenza del tuo prossimo. Era questo che continuava a dire, a dirci e a predicare. Non c'era modo di retribuirlo né nelle campagne del Polesine né alla Mayo Clinic. Vi cito questo episodio. Un giorno capitò un bimbo dalla Sicilia, accompagnato dai genitori, per essere visitato da Jean, che era venuto in Italia, nello studio di Tiberio D'Aloia, che è un carissimo comune amico che è venuto a mancare 2 anni fa, e cardiologo, i quali dopo la visita lasciarono alla infermiera appunto dell'ambulatorio una busta con tanti soldi. Era semplicemente appunto una cosa inconsistente, e se ne andarono subito perché dovevano prendere l'aereo per tornare in Sicilia. Allora Jean, non potendo restituire, adesso qui qualcuno si scandalizzerà, ma comunque, non potendo restituire il mal tolto, io quando tanti anni fa dissi questa frase in un'assemblea come questa, il mal tolto, che cos'era per Jean? Era la paga del medico, la retribuzione, che è l'onorario, comunque lo si voglia definire. Per Jean era il mal tolto, e non ha potuto restituirli perché i genitori erano già partiti. Allora ha preso questa consistente somma di denaro, si è arrabbiato furiosamente con Tiberio, al punto che quasi veniva a mancare, proprio pensava di interrompere le visite in ambulatorio con Tiberio e di rompere l'amicizia. Poi dopo naturalmente Jean, figuriamoci se faceva una cosa del genere. Comunque prese quel mazzo di banconote e le diede a padre Molin. Durante gli anni di corso e nei primi anni dopo la laurea, Jean diede alle stampe pregevoli pubblicazioni scientifiche che gli fecero vincere una borsa di studio NATO per specializzare in un istituto medico americano. Egli scelse la Mayo, autentico santuario di salute nel mondo intero. Prima di partire per l'America, Jean venne da me in ospedale a Niguarda in radiologia. Io subito dopo la laurea mi sono trasferito a Milano e sono andato nel più grosso ospedale della città, che era l'ospedale di Niguarda. E lì facevo l'assistente volontario. Se non sapete cosa vuol dire, ve lo dico, l'assistente senza essere pagato. Venne da me per una radiografia del torace che era stata richiesta dal consolato americano per poter entrare negli Stati Uniti. E quel giorno andavamo a pranzo in un piccolo ristorante lì vicino all'ospedale. E Jean insisteva, ma proprio insisteva perché andassi anch'io con lui. Ma dai, Giagnolo, diceva, dai, Giagnolo, vieni anche tu, con tutta l'esperienza che ti sei fatta. Avevo fatto un mucchio di esami dell'apparato digerente, allora non c'erano neanche gli amplificatori di brillanza, quindi era una fatica enorme. Tu puoi riuscire bene, devi completare la tua specializzazione, vieni con me in America. Io restai a Milano, naturalmente. Jean partì nel settembre del 1961 ed iniziò subito il suo lavoro di ricerca nel campo della cardiochirurgia sperimentale e della cardiochirurgia clinica. In breve, i pezzi da 90 della cardiochirurgia della Mayo, John William Kirkling, il creatore della cardiochirurgia nel mondo, come tutti voi sapete, il suo braccio destro, Dwight McGoon, e Titus, il terzo, c'erano in 3 che avevano dato origine appunto alla cardiochirurgia. E come si dice in gergo, intuirono subito la capacità di ricercatore che erano insite in Gian e quindi gli diedero corda. Gian colse la palla al balzo con il suo tipico immancabile entusiasmo, tuffandosi nello studio e nella sperimentazione sugli animali. Ebbe così inizio quel luminoso cammino che portò al Rastelli 1 e al Rastelli 2. Risolutive furono quelle sue ricerche dove risolutivo sta per vita al posto di morte. Questa è la realtà. Vita per migliaia e migliaia di piccoli pazienti, prima condannati quasi tutti, e questi furono raggiunti nel silenzio più totale. Silenzio tuttavia destinato ad esontare dalla Mayo come limo fertile in tutto il mondo. Il bene, come noto, è diffusivum sui, la vera scienza è diffusiva sui, ma il precipitare... Come?
Possiamo dare poi il testo completo, se riesci a concludere, perché sennò andiamo fuori.
Sì, d'accordo. Gian comunque viveva piuttosto con poco dello stipendio dello stipendio della Mayo, che era uno stipendio elevato, ma comunque non era come quello che si poteva fare. E Gian non ha mai ricevuto nessun premio tipo Nobel, ma è stato gratificato da Dio in un modo veramente eccellente. La sfibrante attività di Gian nelle sale operatorie, negli stabulari, furono un balsamo per i pazienti. Il paziente sempre al primo posto, come recita la lapide nella biblioteca della Mayo. Come? Sì. Sì, d'accordo. D'accordo. Concludendo, posso dire questo. Vi avevo accennato al cantico alla carità di San Paolo, ebbene lo recitava molto spesso e finiva il cantico dicendo: per ora sopravvivono tutte queste 3 virtù, la fede, la speranza e la carità, ma la carità è la più grande di tutte. E quindi ci proprio compiacevamo, proprio godevamo nel sentire e nel sentire reciprocamente queste cose. E quindi dal cantico alla carità della prima lettera ai Corinzi è uscita quella frase splendida: sapere senza sapere amare è nulla e meno di nulla, ma ce n'è una seconda che è già stata citata appunto insieme alla prima dai giovani colleghi. La prima carità del medico per il paziente è la ricerca scientifica, è la scienza che si combina perfettamente con la sapienza.
Abbiamo lasciato spazio e tempo a questa testimonianza che è veramente unica. Non ci sono altre persone che abbiano conosciuto meglio Gian di Angiolo Landini, e avete potuto sentire anche la commozione e l'affetto fraterno con cui ha parlato della sua amicizia e delle sue vicende con il Gian. Lui ha scritto queste parole bellissime che abbiamo in parte sentite, in parte resteranno agli atti e potremo conoscerle, e mi scuso con Angiolo, io avevo detto che doveva prendersi il tempo che riteneva necessario, però abbiamo capito benissimo il ricordo così affettuoso e, ripeto, unico. Non ci sono altre persone viventi e anche nel passato, insomma, che abbiano conosciuto meglio Gian. And now let's go and have the lecture. But before I ask Alessandro, come, Alessandro Zamberti, first, before your lecture, let's have Antonella Rastelli giving a greetings to Alessandro and to all of us. È collegata? Antonella, ci senti? Yes, please.
Yes,
Antonella,
yes, I
please.
can hear you. I'm here.
We are very moved and very happy to see you and to hear your voice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, well, thank you so much for inviting me to say a few words. I'll be it's going to be a few words about my father. And I am very moved by the fact that he's still remembered after so many years. He passed away 54 years ago, and we're still talking about him. And besides his professional achievements, one of the reasons why we remember him is because of people like Umberto. Umberto has been a fan of my father, a champion to maintain his memory alive. This meeting that has been going on, I think now for over a couple decades, is a testament to his desire to continue my father's legacy. And these prizes that he has been able to organize are, again, a fantastic tribute to my father's memory, and I'm very, very grateful. I want to remember my aunt, Rosangela Rastelli, my father's sister, who dedicated her life, basically, after my father's death, to his remembrance. She collected stories from friends in Parma and wrote a book about it that was published about 22 years ago now. And this book was discovered 8 years ago by a group of medical students from Bologna who were mesmerized and started a quest into my father's life. In turn, they rewrote basically the book with pictures, and has been now been spread in universities throughout the country. And my father's story is being told to young medical students and university students, which is, again, incredible. In my own little way, I've been maintaining his memory because I get invited sometimes to talk about my own research into his life after I discovered the existence of all the letters that my father wrote back to his parents from Rochester. And you have to imagine, you know, I was 4 years old when my father passed away. And the moment he passed, he went on a pedestal. He was an attainable person, far, far away, but very, very present. He was almost a genie out of this Aladdin lamp. A mythology was created around him, and a very difficult one to understand. And when I finally discovered the letters, my father came down from this pedestal and he became a man and a human being with flaws, with funny things, not just this person that is like almost in a bubble. My father, it's true, was brilliant, but he would have never been able to achieve what he achieved professionally had it been the fact that he was in the right place at the right time and was mentored by the best in the world in their own fields. Jeremy Swan of the Swan-Ganz catheter fame was his mentor. He taught him how to do cardiac catheterizations in these very, very difficult children that had these anatomical defects, and taught him all the tricks of the trade. And so important, the mentorship is so a cornerstone for the development of anybody. Jim Kirkland was the leader of the band, the one who, for the first time, applied the use of the heart-lung machine to perform open heart surgeries. These were just two of the numerous people that were instrumental for my father's development. And it's true, Umberto was saying, I soldi non li conosceva. When he came to Italy and visited these children, he didn't want money. But my father liked money. He liked to play on the stock market. When he was in Parma, apparently, he lost every time. He didn't know anything about money and made his friends lose money on the stock market. And this is something that we don't tell about him. And his friends were very surprised that he was very poor in Rochester, because when you're a fellow, in those days, you made nothing. You really were deprived. It wasn't just him. It wasn't his choice. Everybody was in the same boat. All the fellows very poor. When my father got finally his job, he bought a beautiful house, one of the most beautiful houses on the hills around Rochester, because it's not that he didn't like nice things. And this again makes him so human. The other thing, my father is remembered for his charitable work, inviting families to stay in our house for the time they would have to stay for the surgery of these children. But he could have never, ever done that had it been for the presence of a companion at his side, my mom, who accepted to take on this incredible request to give not just hospitality, feed the people, wash their clothing, but give the moral support when to families that were devastated by fear. And sometimes, unfortunately, these children passed away. And it was my mom that had to hold the hand of mothers that were completely devastated. So my mom is the unsung hero in this whole story, because my father could have never done this hadn't it been for her presence. And so in closing, I just want to remember that there are many people that made my brilliant, fantastic father what he was. And so thank you again for having me to give these few words. Umberto, thank you so much for your dedication and your support in preserving my father's legacy. I'm eternally grateful. And this is it. Thank you again. Bye.
Thank you, Antonella. And again, this is a unique, of course, a unique testimony. And we are very proud to have your voice and your memory in this meeting of ours. And now let me apologize with Alessandra, but we are making also some changes in the program. So we will skip we will keep on with the program, making some changes, but the timing will be okay. We'll finish at the right time. And now let's listen and hear from the expert, the real expert of the field, Alessandro Giamberti, who, by the way, is a pupil, let's say, of Alessandro Frigiola that we have listened in these days. Abbiamo fatto bene a far così, ti assicuro. Abbiamo fatto benissimo.
Thank you very much to everyone. It's a hard work for me. Everything is already said, so really I don't know what to say you of new. So history, life, science, and everything was already said. And to speak up after Umberto, Dr. Landini, and Antonella is really embarrassing for me. So please accept my stupid presentation now. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for inviting me and to do this magister lecture on Giancarlo Rastelli. It's a great privilege, honor, and responsibility for me to do this lecture. I have three passions of my life. So I love my wife, I love pediatric cardiac surgery, and I love modern and contemporary art. So I want to start with the heart. This beautiful and enormous painting, think about 2 meters by 2.5 meters, was painted by Pablo Picasso when he was just 15. And you can see him at the Picasso Museum in Barcelona. The title of this painting is Science and Charity. There is a sick young woman in a poor room, and sitting next to her, there is an austere doctor who delicately and lovingly holds the patient's hand. A strong image full of emotion. This was exactly what Giancarlo Rastelli was, a rigorous doctor who gave science, hope, and love to the patient. And it is Giancarlo Rastelli himself who tells us. These are 2 sentences by him. We had a lot of time this morning. Science is an act of love. The first charity to the patient is science. The close link between science and love, which was Giancarlo Rastelli's vision of life and medical profession. This is another phrase of Giancarlo Rastelli, was a letter that he sent to his friend Tiberio D'Aloia. I have always thought that the first charity to the patient should have from the doctor is the charity of science. It is the charity of being cared for properly. Without this, there is only paternalism and pietism. But who was really Giancarlo Rastelli? There's many definitions, all of them are correct. He was a man, he was a great man, he was a husband and a father, a doctor, a cardiac surgeon, a pediatric cardiac surgeon, a researcher, a scientist, a saint. But I think that really can say that we can summarize all these definitions in saying that he was a person who gave and continues to give hope. And if we are here today talking about it, it's because he was an extraordinary person still giving hopes. The theme of the hope is particularly important when talking about cardiac surgery. In the 70s, when cardiac surgery developed and was at the peak of popularity during a television interview, they asked to Dr. McGoon, the other great cardiac surgeon from Mayo Clinic, what was the greatest contribution that cardiac surgery has made to the society? And the answer was the most important contribution that cardiac surgery has made to the society has been to offer hope. We, as technicians, in the midst of our ethical and professional awareness, have a duty to continue offering this hope. Spigolature, the translation should be gleanings, is a small book that I wrote a few years ago. The chapter number 3 is dedicated to the Giancarlo Rastelli. And I start this chapter to say that the life of Giancarlo Rastelli is a particular story that deserves to be told. It is the story of a brilliant mind who gave so much in such a short period of time. When he passed away on February 2nd, 1997, the great cardiac surgeon was only 36 years old. So, let me tell this story. Giancarlo Rastelli was born in Pescara on June 25th, 1933. The father, Vito Rastelli, was a journalist and a trade unionist. The mother, Laura Bianchi, a teacher of the primary school. A few years later, they moved to Parma with the family, originally from Polesine Parmense. You can see that from this picture, Giancarlo is a simple child, like many others. And in some way, he will remain simple through his short, extraordinary life. At the age of 12, he began to attend the Jesuit oratory of Parma in San Rocco, where he met Father Molin Moses Pradel, a figure who will profoundly mark his adolescence and play a significant role in the maturation of his authentically Christian faith. A great fan of table tennis, a discipline in which he proved himself to be very good, he will be in San Rocco with the Jesuit fathers that a profoundly Christian faith will develop. Made up of love for others and for the weakest, seems to have the words of Pope Francis. After graduating from high school, he enrolled the Faculty of Medicine in Parma, and this was the Italian professional curriculum from 51 to 53. Fellow in anatomy department, 53, 55, fellow in general pathology. In 57, he obtained the degree of medical doctors with cum laude, and from 57 to 61, staff in general surgery department. And these are the patients of the man. Coming back to Giancarlo Rastelli man, you can see the mountains, fishing, table tennis, classical music. The concert for 2 violins of Vivaldi was his preferred. His Antonella told me that. So, which when translated means silence and once again simplicity. Love for simple things. Having obtained his medical degree, he will dedicate himself to study on cardiovascular disease and on cardiac pathophysiology. Especially, he published many studies on the influence of electrolyte on EKG modification and the use of arteriography in diagnosis of a hemorrhage of the digestive tract. Thanks to these studies and the results obtained, he will win a scholarship from NATO and leave. It was September 7, 61, when he left Naples from the US for USA, New York. He will no longer return to Italy except for a short holidays period. The ship was called Queen Frederick, a Greek ship that he nicknamed Basilissa. But he chose America, the Italians say US America. For us, US is America. He chose America because he wanted to go to Mayo Clinic. And he chose the Mayo Clinic because he wanted to work with John Kirkland. John Kirkland was there, the great cardiac surgeon and the greatest researcher at that time. This is another characteristic, important characteristic of Giancarlo Rastelli man, the determination to pursue his idea, which will always prove to be correct. He wanted to marry it. He wanted to go to US. He wanted John Kirkland. He was very determined in all his life. The impact with the famous Mayo Clinic is very harsh. You find a real health industry where everything is well organized with thousands of doctors, nurses, technicians, busy day and night in offering to the patient the best of medical science. In this professional, stimulating and competitive environment, Giancarlo Rastelli immediately stands out for his skill and character, so much so that Dr. Kirkland wants him as an assistant for a long period. The Mayo Clinic, with his research laboratories and supreme respect for the talent, with firm opposition to any form of nepotism and recommendation, proved to be the ideal terrain, environment for the extraordinary mind of Giancarlo Rastelli. It will be Kirkland who understands his talent and abilities, who will continuously stimulate him and question him on every clinical case, dedicating a lot of time to explain every single intervention to him. But Giancarlo Rastelli was also a handsome man. He had a charismatic beauty that immediately struck John Kirkland. In a letter that John Kirkland wrote after his death, he said, "When Dr. Rastelli applied for a research position in cardiovascular surgery, I was immediately struck by the beautiful face in this photograph." And he looks absolutely like Cary Grant. It's like an actor. 1964 will be a fundamental year for Giancarlo Rastelli. On 12 August, he married Anna in Chiaravalle della Colomba near Piacenza. 20 days later, he returned to Rochester and underwent routine clinical tests, and the results were terrible. Lung cancer, 6 months to live. The next morning, he is hospitalized to perform other tests and a lung biopsy, which will reveal the correct diagnosis. It was not a lung cancer, it was a Hodgkin lymphoma, a less aggressive tumor. That day he went home happy, saying, "I have been given more time, thanks God. More time for Hannah, his wife, more time for the family, more time for the future daughter Antonella, who was born the following year in 1965, more time for the research, more time for the patients." And it's precisely from that moment that Giancarlo Rastelli will create what made him famous and immortal. From that moment, it will be a race against time. One, on the hand, there are the disease, and in the other hand, the research and the studies. He will make a pact with his wife Anna and John Kirkland to never talk about the disease. To do everything normally, as if the disease did not exist. In 1966, in Mayo Clinic proceeding, together with John Kirkland and Titus, he published the anatomical classification of the complete atrioventricular canal into 3 different types, type A, B, and C. This is still the classification of the AV canal used worldwide. After various attempts in the laboratory, he demonstrated that using an aortic valve prosthesis taken from a cadaver, a homograph, it is possible to correct the terrible congenital heart disease known as truncus arteriosus. It is Dr. McGoon performed successfully this operation for the first time in 1967, and this technique became known as the Rastelli method and was published on the Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery in 1969. Finally, with an innovative technique similar to the previous one, Giancarlo Rastelli created the surgical procedure for correcting another complex heart pathology, the transposition of the great vessel with ventricular septal lift and pulmonary stenosis. The procedure, performed for the first time by Dr. Wallace, was published in 1969 by Giancarlo Rastelli together with Wallace and McGoon, and published in the prestigious Circulation. And from that moment, on it will be Rastelli intervention for everyone in the world. In those years terrible for the disease, but full of success, Giancarlo Rastelli won 3 gold medals in Washington for his researches. He received one of the highest recognition that an American scientist can obtain by joining the American National Committee, the National Heart Institute, for the evaluation and examination of a research project. In '68, at the age of 34, he became director of experiment research in cardiac surgery at Mayo Clinic. And not wanting to give up the Italian citizenship obtained through the personal intervention of the President of the United States, the extraordinary privilege of dual citizenship. At Christmas 1969, Giancarlo Rastelli took his last vacation to New York with his wife, Hannah. Professor Squarcia and his wife, they were in Rochester, kept their daughter Antonella at their home in Rochester. During that holiday, he felt very well. January was a disaster for his life, for his health. Giancarlo Rastelli died on February 2nd, 1907, and Professor Squarcia, his great friend, watched over him the entire last night. This is the plaque commemorating him at the Mayo Clinic. Listen, from the surgical residents who regarded him highly as a surgeon, creative artist, teacher, and friends. And these are Gordon Danielson and Douglas Mayer, 2 other great congenital cardiac surgeons from Mayo Clinic, paying homage to Giancarlo Rastelli in Parma in the summer of 1975. And it is curious that the first time that you can find in the literature the name Rastelli operation was done by another Italian cardiac surgeon, Carlo Marcelletti. It was the first publication in the Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery in 1976, where you can find the name Rastelli operation. Because until that time, they say repair correction of transposition, using the method invented by Rastelli. But the first paper appearing in the literature was done by another Italian cardiac surgeon that arrived to Mayo Clinic 4 years after that Giancarlo Rastelli died. I think it's very important that a priority to remember Giancarlo Rastelli, his life, his science. If we are here today, is exactly for this reason. Many things have been done to remember him. On 16 October last year, the operating department of the Children's Hospital was dedicated to Giancarlo Rastelli here in Parma. Here you can see Antonella Rastelli at the inauguration ceremony, and this is the operative department dedicated to him. On my own small way, I strongly request that the new Pediatric Cardiac Surgery Center in Palermo, the last one in Italy, I'm director there too, I'm director in San Donato and in Palermo for the next 3 years, is dedicated to Giancarlo Rastelli. And here you can see the first Rastelli operation performed in Palermo a few months ago. A fundamental role in enhancing the greatness of Giancarlo Rastelli was played by Antonella Rastelli, Giancarlo Rastelli's daughter. Since 2005, she has turned into a sort of, she said, a private eye after discovering the existence of all the letters her father wrote from US to his parents. This discovery propelled her in what she called a metaphysical treasure hunt, flowing clues left by her father many years ago. Antonella presented this personal research recently at the World Summit of Pediatric and Congenital Heart Surgery in Bologna, and I can assure you it was an extraordinary experience. And we must remember Professor Umberto Squarcia, Giancarlo Rastelli's great friend, the one who was close to him until the end, and the whole Parma team for the work of enhancing the figure of Giancarlo Rastelli and the still present link between Parma and Mayo Clinic. But why and for whom was Giancarlo Rastelli so important? First, we don't have to forget that Giancarlo Rastelli was important for the patients. Thanks to these discoveries, thousands of patients have been saved and continues to be saved with the Rastelli operation. This is Ahmed. He's an engineer. He lives in Cairo. He is now 29 years old. This is my first Rastelli operation. I remember perfectly when I performed this procedure in Milan for the first time. Ahmed was 4 years old at that time. The Rastelli operation represents a fundamental moment in the professional growth of every pediatric cardiac surgeon. After my first Rastelli operation in the evening, I was so happy and excited that I sent to Professor Squarcia a note in which I expressed my joy and thanked him for having been a close friend of Giancarlo Rastelli, as if through him, those few lines could reach Giancarlo Rastelli. It was a link between me and Giancarlo Rastelli every time, all my life. And obviously, it was absolutely important for us, for the doctors, for the student. It was a stimulus for our professional growth, an example to follow. This is an historical writing by Giancarlo Rastelli addressed to Professor Squarcia. Giancarlo Rastelli, together with other Italian colleagues, was in San Francisco at the American College of Cardiology annual meeting and write, "Roll up your sleeve and come, boy. Here there is bread and glory for all." That give you exactly the exciting, the force of Giancarlo Rastelli, convincing other Italian doctors to go there. And he was convinced because he came to Mayo Clinic. Finally, Giancarlo Rastelli continued to be important for the science. Hundreds of scientific papers, book chapters, dedicated symposium continue to talk about Rastelli and his scientific discovery. And at the end of this talk, let's try to define Giancarlo Rastelli's personality and life that make him great, a sort of a summary. So we say that he was a beautiful man with a charismatic beauty. Obviously, he was a brilliant mind. To reach so many results in a short period, you must be a brilliant mind. His life was always lived with simplicity and modesty, an extremely determined man in his choice, a man who loved life, other, patience, and the weakest, a man aware of his talent, but absolutely to be made available to the other. Once again, sentences of him. To the poor in health, in means, in God, everything is owed. Intelligence and abilities are not our merit, but a gift from God that we must put at the services of others. Once again, I use Professor Squarcia as a link between me and Giancarlo Rastelli. In a hypothetical interview with Giancarlo Rastelli, I asked to Professor Squarcia, "Professor, if Giancarlo Rastelli could meet students and young doctors today, what would he say to them?" To be humble, especially to the best, to put love and scientific commitment into everyday work. Giancarlo Rastelli always said two phrases that encapsulate his greatness. The first, charity for the sick, is science, and knowledge without love is less than nothing. According to the Catholic faith, the definition of saint is someone who, following the example of Jesus Christ, animated by love, lives and dies in the grace of God. In a particular sense, he is the one who distinguished himself in life by the exercise of Christian virtue in an heroic way. I'm not an expert of theology, but if this is the right definition of saint, well, there is no doubt that Giancarlo Rastelli was a saint. Thank you very much for the attention. Io abbraccio Giancarlo Rastelli.
That was a fantastic lecture, a beautiful words from not only from a scientific aspect, but also as a complete way of looking at a person like Gian. So it was a really beautiful and magistral lecture. Thank you very much. I just want to outline a point that Alessandro told in his lecture when he said that the name of the Rastelli operation was made officially in 1975 by that paper, and that was done by another surgeon, cardiac surgeon, Carlo Marcelletti, who was at the Mayo Clinic and worked there and learned everything at the Mayo, and he came back and was in Rome, and Gaetano Tiene, who is in the program but couldn't come this time, was telling me about this merit that Marcelletti has in writing this paper and naming the surgery for transposition, for complex transposition to Gian. This is something that also Gaetano Tiene, who, by the way, also started his career at the Mayo. He came with me and stayed for a short period, but he always said that he was a kind of discover many things, and so it was very important for him as well, this experience. Now, thank you, Alessandro. Beautiful, great lecture that will remain in the act of this meeting, and all this this presentation will be on the archives on the website of our association. So nothing will be lost for that. Now we are very late as usually, but I would propose to Philip and to the other. We have a break now, a short break, 15-minute coffee break down in the courtyard, and then we come back, and we won't have the last round table. We have already heard from Alessandro. He said almost every important thing from the surgical standpoint, and we will finish with the lecture by Philip and Mats, if they agree, and then we will finish our meeting. Let's go down for the coffee break.
Ma ce l'hai fatta? Benissimo, allora
quindi no, non dobbiamo spiegarci ulteriormente.
abbiamo anche un premio. Benissimo, allora tu sai lanciare questo, io devo anche lanciare no, spero che stiamo dando adesso a Mirko e dopo tre. Se fate tanto. Sì, io ho messo la sua sul mio computer perché così non facciamo chissà cosa. Adesso devo però trovare la mia, anche questo. Allora faccio così, mi sa. Io penso che questo lo possa togliere.
Metta, quando ho finito, metta tutto a zero. Mi dica quando è pronto.
Sì, sì, sì.
Quindi lei vuole utilizzare il Mac per fare la
Sì, perché ho e poi la mia presentazione ancora da trovare. C'è questo è il suo che devo è questo che devo connettere, giusto?
Allora, sì, l'audio, esatto, una porta USB. Sarebbe meglio se fosse in diretta senza l'adattatore, però
C'ho solo il...
quella lì. Ok.
Allora, devo vedere se... Questa è la tua tesi.
essere
Così è.
acceso.
No, così è acceso.
Non funziona.
Ho
È
preso
verde
il gelato
sotto?
sbagliato.
Perfetto. Provi un attimo.
Sì. Perfetto, sì, penso.
Le manone, le manone, no.
Aspetta, perché a questo punto lui, però se si fa così, scompare. O, aspetta, mettiamo, non possiamo mica mettere una diapositiva vuota, metti una diapositiva vuota.
Aggiungo una diapositiva, ma si può lavorare così, no? Devo andare sull'archivio.
Prima lei ci vorrà.
Sì, però vuole, no, non sono prima io. Prima è ho messo
La modalità presentatore.
Adesso magari
la diapositiva vuota.
Vado a alzare un pochettino io come ci siamo noi
Se
detti.
lo chiudo diventa
Senti,
così.
forse è meglio lasciarlo aperto, vai.
Aperto, sì, dai.
Mettilo pieno, no, metti dietro. No, perché adesso parla prima l'altro. No? Metti questo come evento.
Non vai stand by.
No, perché l'ho.
Okay, welcome back. So on behalf of the chair of the meeting, Professor Umberto Squarcia, on behalf of the Association Medical Care Development Peace, Professor Paolo Carbognani is here representing the association, and on behalf of the judging committee, we are ready to deliver the certificates to the three winners, starting from Andrea Caraffini, third place winner. Second prize is for Bianca Ada Magnanini. First place for Maristella Perna. Congratulations for your great job, and thanks to everybody.
So, good late morning to you. I have the honor to announce a little change in the program. And we are going to have Mats Carlsen to deliver the lecture, which out of technical reasons wasn't possible to deliver on the first day. And I have the honor to introduce him as a really very outstanding person. Mats has, I forgot obviously the program and therefore can't tell you the title of the communication once again, about hope, and which he's going to present in a rather compressed format. But what is, Mats is has an absolutely impressive career and is a person who talks at a medical meeting as a non-doctor. He has, I don't even know where to start with his titles he has and positions he has held in the past. He was and is, I don't even know exactly so many things there, but he was director of the Swedish Institute for International Affairs, vice president for the World Bank, and vice president also of the United Nations, and he was dealing as a country director for the Maghreb, and has a major interest and influence in many African countries. Obviously in the Maghreb, I said, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and he worked on the Millennium Goals with Kofi Annan for the United Nations, and so on and so on. So I don't know them all, but he's clearly an extremely impressive thing. One thing I'd like to say is that in a very, I must be modest here, but in a modest way, we actually have a number of common interests. Which just happen to be little parallels, which I, let's say, also have. For example, Mats, coming from Sweden, ended up having a little house, or a house in Tuscany. That happened to me too. He has an interest in Africa, and I share that very much. And he has an interest in music also, which I also share. So there are many points of little contact. What is amusing, however, that everything he does is at least 10 times bigger than what I do. And I think that is best illustrated in the music. He has played in the Stockholm Philharmonic Orchestra before having this huge career, but he played the double bass and I only play the violin. So he's always much bigger. Thank you.
Well, this morning is very difficult to beat. It was a revelation to me, and listening to someone who is a star for your profession. And knowledge without love is nothing. That's what I keep in mind from this morning, except, of course, learning the life history of Giancarlo Rastelli. Economics is the only thing I know, and I don't even know if it's a science, and you are scientists. I think economics is more like an art. And we need to find our way now forward. It is hard to find hope in this moment after the US election a few days ago. It's really hard. It was hard before, but now it's even worse. Too close or? So we have probably, all of us, read analyses during the past days of how in the world it's possible for the world's largest democracy to choose a corrupt leader whose crimes I don't even want to list. But he was called a fascist by the people from the right who worked with him. So this is the truth. And so one has to speak to the truth. And I'm sorry to be at the end of the conference, but this is my point of view. Fascism isn't only an idea or an practice of power, it is also economic policy. And so what we are facing now is an oligarchic universe. I'm sorry to say, but that is the fact. So there is our enemy, high-level corruption. Some of us have seen this creeping in over many years after the hopeful era of the 1990s and 2000. When the US now chooses this way ahead, this leaves us in a very bad place. We have therefore to reconfigure. I have three sources of hope. First of all, that we confront corruption and oligarchy directly. It's not a mystery any longer. It is what it is, both an economic and an institutional issue. Secondly, female rights. This is what Kamala Harris brought forward. She didn't win, but we now know, if we didn't already, that it is a source of strength and honesty. Thirdly, young people. And we saw the prizes here. And I salute you. You are the ones who have to carry this forward. Institutionally, that means that we have to educate and mobilize. And the enthusiasm that was there in the US up until a few days ago is still valid. I don't know how we are going to bring it back. We have to think. But it is really problematic. What is does not have to be. And so we, those of us everywhere, have chosen to try to influence public policy for something better every day, have lost time and clout over a number of years. Hope is in short supply, social trust has eroded, and choices seem to be growing ever harder. We live in a world that seems to be falling apart, not one that is coming together. after dominance, corruption, and inequality, uncertainty pervades the world. Lessons of enlightenment, science, and deliberative democracy with roots from all over humanity and its long, broad geographic history are under existential threat. Hope rests, in my conviction, on nations choosing to trust liberal vocation and democratic processes. The West is weakened. If you think globally, the question is what the new South, not the global South, will do. It is a moral duty to bring hope. We have no time to lose. No one is served if fear dominates political sentiment and is abused by leaders. Fear would feed the pervasive corruption that has grown, not diminished. So corruption is perhaps the one word to focus on as the opposite and the enemy of a good society. We need courage and clear minds, science, multiple lessons, and risk analyses in order to bring forward realistic, better scenarios. I will first offer some ways of looking at how current geopolitical developments might shift in unexpected ways. The US was unexpected, but still challenging, but taken together might be seen as a framework in which to seize opportunities, not only see us drift. Secondly, I will propose ways of countering paralyzing doubt and fear. And then I will focus on 4 fundamentals from which I draw hope. The idea of justice, why we obey laws, the creation of value through productivity, and why we often don't do what we ought to do. Time won't allow now, but thirdly, I will give some pointers on how to do what we know we want. Strategic policy planning was my profession, and I believe that we all need to learn how to do that internationally. It's problematic. I end by mentioning a few trends which I believe are drivers for positive change, including, paradoxically, the objective constraints of climate change and foreseeable demographic shifts. They might seem as negatives, but if you look at them objectively, you will see that they are constraints that drive our decision-making forward. I will try to explain. Anyway, to start with the geopolitical presumptions and upshots. The deterioration in geopolitical relations and the bitterness of geoeconomic competition was never necessary. We don't need to be where we are. Signs of danger were visible more than a dozen years ago, even when AI was in its laboratory infancy, drones were toys, and fake news had not yet torn our political communication asunder. Globalization was still a strong locomotive. With rising income would follow stronger institutions and democracy, many of us thought. We can, however, no longer see a solid relationship. Instead, autocrats and rightist populists of different views are gaining ground, supporting each other, whether they have common interests or not. Serious dialogue between the global powers existed then, with the assumption that international law and multilateralism were useful. Today, such dialogue is increasingly replaced by a sense of power rivalry, fragmentation, and hyper-dangerous conflict. Once the genie was out of the bottle, it took a life of its own in unexpected ways and places. To counter the sense of drift, I will choose to comment on 6 perspectives: China, the US, the Global South, global economic governance, Russia, and Europe. I'll try to go fast, but equally, Africa, India, the Indo-Pacific, as well as the Mediterranean and the Atlantic would be useful perspectives, but this is what I chose to say. So, first of all, China. I guess we have lost our Chinese participants, but I would have wished to speak to them. China's economic challenges may not be solvable within their economic model. Many pursue more of the same: military buildup, technological domination, global power projection, and an endless party state. In every economic way, macro, micro, demography, green transition, China's challenges will not go away easily or rapidly. The party state is going to have to focus on their domestic issues for a long time. Is its societal model really adaptable to the future? Profound change can and may come to China as well, however remote the possibility might seem. This is behind recent shifts in China on their economic policy. China is far from being on a sustainable path. The upshot of this is that what is unsustainable won't be sustained. Something must give way to something else. The question is how. 2, the US. The US is today in its deepest political crisis since its civil war. Which way will it break? I wrote this 1 year ago, and we are here now in this reality. The dangers that Trump unleashed are deeply unsettling. We can't normalize what is happening. It is fascist. They are existential for the US as we know it and love it. But Trump's party shows no sign of halting the self-harm it is inflicting on the country's social fabric. Yet the institutions are there. And importantly, the economy is hugely resilient on all counts: inflation, growth, employment, green investment, innovation, also health. The rational policy side has been winning ground. So it's in 2 places, but now we have one president. And if that political path cannot heal the societal rifts and rebuild social cohesion internally, then and only then can the US uphold its role as leader and a partner in the world. And we, speaking as a European, need the United States. The upshot is that no country can be stronger externally than it is internally. And the internal weakness in the United States simply is why the US keeps missing opportunities to be more influential. 3, the Global South. The Global South has emerged. What will its diverse societies make of it themselves? I'm not sure what the term Global South denotes, but here we are, we use the term, so it must be serving a purpose. The presumption is that it is a force, but then by whom and for what? Its emergence came from a negative, not the North, not the Third World, not the developing economies, but now there is a desire to become a proud positive. The Global South is not the BRICS. The BRICS denotate state powers with shifting alliances, in my view, with incoherent interests, and the sum considerably smaller than the parts. The Global South, however, possibly earns its currency to the dynamics of its societies. Even if the geography of what it might cover is unclear, it is clear that the size of the economies will grow and grow. Maybe much more important is what kind of societal realities, national identities, and innovative futures that people will create. Therefore, I prefer and appreciate even more the term the New South. It has the connotation of a commitment to values and creativity, norms and institutions, and new social contracts with depth, trust, and sustainability. The upshot is that the Global South might best be seen not as a distinction between a huge group of other countries and another. What, for example, is the use of the term when we consider Mediterranean integration, US Central American border, or even individual countries such as Turkey and South Korea? We are now the same. Four, the rise of the Global South will transform international cooperation and global economic governance. The question is whether the multitude of institutions we have and those being added can work coherently and provide real added value through norms, finance, and shared public goods. A case in point might be the current discussion on an international tax. Another is if the US decides to actually implement these tariffs, we are going back in history, damaging our relations. I'll move forward so you don't need to hear all the logic, but after all these years of doing good global economic governance, we are in a really bad place right now. So, 5, Russia. Today, only and only trouble. But Russia has a lot of trouble at home. The presumption is that Russia is powerful. Its power rests on its no nuclear weapons alone, and perhaps on its expansionist identity throughout its 6 centuries of existence. Now, however, it has a decreasing, aging population the size of the island of Java in Indonesia. An economy just larger than Scandinavia's or Italy's. And unlike also every major country in the Global South, produces near to nothing of value in terms of productivity, innovation for the global market. Its chosen war on Ukraine will leave an investment gap at home, not to speak of a demographic hole to be paid for over decades. Russia's current international influence stems from its military projection, including its utilization of false news, and is therefore highly overrated in economic terms. I expect Putin to suffer strategic defeat sooner or later in his wars on neighbors and on international law. Europe, 5, is maybe like a turtle, and that is about as good as it gets. The presumption is that Europe punches below its weight. I'm usually on the frustrated side, worried about lack of joint focus, political developments in different member states, its belated focus on defense and defense industry, and obviously how Europe is going to handle its multitude of socio-economic challenges. But looked at from a distance, I believe that one should rather recognize Europe's lasting strength. Europe has not backslid. The war on Ukraine transformed the resolve for strategic integration. It took Germany less than a year to overcome its dependency on Russian energy. Imagine that. There are governments such as Hungary which are spoilers, but they carry no long-term clout within the EU. On the contrary, countries in the East and the Balkans, Caucasus, who want to become members as fast as possible. That should tell you something. Expect Britain to work more closely with the EU again, and the Draghi report is a reference point for all of us. Many of us lived through the imperialist times where hegemony was what we suffered from. But after hegemony, gone now, came hustle. After hegemony, hustle. A phrase coined a few days ago by the economist Adam Tooze. Hegemony thought of itself as wise, but was corrupt. Hustle now thinks of itself as fair game. And that's where we are. And the upshot is whether we want to live under this kind of corruption or not. So where does one get hope from now? I'll just mention it very quickly because I realize time is running out. First of all, is that if our goal is prosperity, security, and sustainability, then these objectives can only be achieved, one, if our sense of justice informs the social contracts that underpin economic life. Low-level equilibria exist. Countries carry different histories, but rights, including human and economic rights, are fundamental to sustainability, which in turn can only be found through deliberative processes and good faith. They mostly go under the name of democracy. I draw this at greater length from Amartya Sen. 2, and only achieved if a willingness to comply with law permeates economic life. Corruption is the opposite driver. No scenario writing can be done without assumptions of degrees of law abidance. We know that corruption is fiendishly adaptable also to democracies. I did not think that 20 years ago. But the way in which economic and political elites have pursued interests at the expense of justice, law, and rights is perhaps the single most important obstacle to what could be possible. I would like to share more of Kaushik Basu's teaching. 3, only if our understanding of economic change puts productivity at the center. Productivity, better than many other measures of growth, will lead you to the binding constraints facing economic improvement. And it is also far more likely to lead to shared growth scenarios. Read the classical economists, Adam Smith for morals, David Ricardo against tariffs, and even Karl Marx against oligarchy. But economy and productivity is no longer a mystery. Why we do things why we don't do things we should do is, however, a mystery. So that's my 4th point. If we have the courage to test our best choices against false choice, what are our blind spots? When are we fooling ourselves? When are we just repeating and being self-serving and denying our weaknesses? Future scenarios can indeed be analyzed by likelihood, but the growing science of what drives choice is essential. Read Freud again. So to end, we can hope if we let the potential of female empowerment continue its breakthrough. If we have the courage to teach young people the truth. We have the challenges of climate change and the demographic future. We thought previously that overpopulation would be a problem. No. It is aging. It is how we deal with the demographics at home. And I think if you think that 0.5 in climate change is a commanding figure, and 11 billion people is also a commanding figure, what's your problem? Just do things that ought to be done. And I think as those two figures sink in, we can possibly motivate ourselves to be better. So, lastly, we stand a chance if we have the courage to put trust and well-being at the core of our understanding of prosperity, rather than the usual economic measurements. It too can be measured scientifically and operationalized through public strategy, but only if it is articulated and agreed. Only then can this fearful regime of untruth and oligarchy be beaten. Hope might seem elusive, but hope exists.
Thank you, Max. I think you should send this lecture to us all because I need to read it again. I'm not sure I understood everything, but I want to understand your message. Thank you very much. Now, hello, everybody. Well, I'm going to introduce a person that gave us hope and still does that. But first of all, I want to thank Umberto Squarcia and all the faculty of this meeting, also Roberta and Donald, who are not here today with us, to have and to congratulate him for the perseverance to have this 2024 edition of this meeting. And I hope you find similar, very devoted hands to pass the baton on, okay? Thank you. Now my difficult task is to present Philip Bonhoeffer, but before that, let me express my compassion and my solidarity to our Spanish neighbors who had been devastated recently and are now facing very, very hard time. And as far as wars are concerned, I'm simply say that right or wrong, personally, I'm on the Palestinian and Ukraine side. Sorry, I had to say this. Now to my difficult task. Why is it difficult? Well, simply because Philip is a genius. He inherited the gene of geniality from his family. And from his family. So let's go on. How does Philip introduce himself? He says he's a cardiologist, a violinist, and a luthier recently, and are passionate about Africa. Let's see very briefly his academic achievements. After his basic education, including violinist diploma in Germany, he decides to become a medical doctor and comes to Italy. I want to read. He comes to Italy and graduating in 1989. He starts his first professional life dealing with pediatric cardiology, even during the university years, falling in love with cardiology and more precisely with interventional cardiology, a new and fast-growing branch of pediatric cardiology. His career is very quick. In 1996, so only a couple of years after specialization, he reaches a very important position, becoming the director of the cath lab at Necker Hospital in Paris. And it is inconceivable to me that neither Bergamo nor San Donato Milanese did not offer Philip a position in Italy, even considering that in 1992, so during his training in cardiology, he had already invented a new type of catheter, the multi-track, showing already his propension to brilliant invention. In 2001, after having performed the year before at Necker Hospital, the first heart valve implant without opening the chest, that is without surgery, he was appointed as head of the catheterization laboratory at the Great Ormond Street Hospital in London. He was nominated professor of cardiology at UCL, a very prestigious and difficult to obtain nomination. He was less than 40 then. Sorry, Philip, I'm not going to list the hundreds of scientific papers you published in highly rated cardiology journals or the numerous prizes you won. This can be found thoroughly in internet, I'd rather go on in telling your story, the story of your second life. And your second life starts in 2008 onwards. He lives in Italy now as a musician, a patron giving new life to a decaying Tuscan Poggio, as architect, a luthier, violinist himself, at the same time organizing scientific symposia in the field of neuroscience, ENT, cardiology, and of course, organizing concerts of classic music and ancient music is revived passion. Well, this amount of realized idea in such apparently different fields and in very short time, besides showing the brightness of his brain, are all linked together with something that goes beyond the mere academic or financial ambition or social climbing. And this beyond is called passion and love. Passion for his job and love for humanity, especially the less fortunate. And this means putting the human being first. Now let's see his invention in detail. The multi-track catheter. In this picture, you see a very young Philip with Mr. Donald Ross, Lucio Parenzan, and local colleagues in Nairobi at the Mater Hospital. After many trips to Africa, Phil realizes that in Kenya, as in the majority of the African regions, cardiac surgery is not applicable due to limited economic resources. And yet, a large number of young people affected by mitral valve stenosis could be cured by intervening on the valve. The multi-track catheter makes it possible to intervene on the stenotic mitral valve at very low cost, in the majority of cases with success, greatly improving patients' quality and length of life. And, by the way, the multi-track catheter is still a precious instrument nowadays in the cath lab worldwide, even in the so-called evolved world, both for standard diagnostic and interventional procedures. The Melody valve was a great success. First implant in 2000. The name of the valve is your signature. And it was a tremendous success, especially for the population of congenital heart disease adult patients, so-called GUCH population, nowadays more prevalent than the pediatric one. Population where even just opening the chest for intervention carries a very high risk. But more significantly, non-surgical implant of prosthetic valves has been gradually extended to all cardiac valves, even in non-congenital patients who develop valve deterioration due to age. All major supplier companies are now engaged in strenuous competition, investing a lot in research for new and more performing models of prosthetic valves. And Philip earned a well-deserved success for his invention, both as a scientist and as an entrepreneur, increasing his budget from royalties and for tutoring the initial implant of the Melody all around the world. And invention continues when difficulties with the Melody came up due to the distorted anatomy, because not all outflow tracts of post-op patients were suitable for the Melody implant, even with new models of the valve. Philip recognized that he cannot solve this problem alone, so he asks for help biomedical engineers. He chooses two of them from the Polytechnic Institute of Milan, Silvia Schiavano and Claudio Cappelli, has them hired, together with other biomedical engineers by UCL and Gauche, and they start together a project where virtual reconstruction of the outflow tracts were taken from real patients, post-op patients, studied by CT and MRI imaging. On this model, he builds a reducer device, a stent, to be applied beforehand in order to stabilize the subsequent implantation of the bulbar prosthesis. This brilliant invention of virtual reality made it possible to save time, money, and exhausting risky attempts on the patient trying to find his own best-fitted prosthesis. But the peculiar and unique fact around this very foresighted joint collaboration with biomedical engineers is that every Friday of every week, he invited his team of engineers to lunch at the Ciao Bella, the restaurant in front of Ghosh. And this is, in my opinion, makes the difference between boss and master, between simpler intuition and love for teamwork, sharing innovation with the others. I can see, can you not, this team of young people with their inspiring boss discussing during lunch and maybe drawing on paper napkins the prototypes of the outflow tracts of the patient they studied. Well, this team that I had the pleasure of meeting, still in tears after the removal from the Institute of their master and inspirer, continued and completed successfully their project, and I'm sure they will continue to go further. The involvement of biomedical engineers in the realization of this idea remains, in my opinion, Philip's most far-sighted intuition, paving the way to the entire complicated system of artificial intelligence. But why did Philip leave Ghosh? Well, what's new? It's an event not very rare. 400 years ago, a very far-sighted scientist suffered an unheard-of insult and had to renounce to his teaching. And many other such events have occurred ever since. Phil left Ghosh because he clashed with Tevye in the form of jealousy, envy, lies, abuse of power. Phil was badly hit, but not defeated. The sound box of his violin remained intact, and he put new strings on, and his violin is playing now again loud and clear. His boys and girls and the whole engineer team are still there at UCL and Ghosh, still active and productive. Claudio Cappelli and Silvia Schiavano gave a lecture on computer modeling in clinical practice at this meeting last year, remember? The PH Philip abbreviation, returned to Italy for his second life as a free man, as a free scientist. The sweetness and beauty of the Tuscany landscape, the good food, and our transgressive gave him new energy, new ideas, developed new human beings to care about. And he has become the patron of this decaying Poggio in Monte Castelli, Pisano, bringing it to new life, working as an architect, as an expert in bolts and recovering ancient drawbridge mechanism, recovering ancient accounting manuscripts and diaries of various agricultural activities. He's a very talented musician, a luthier supporting and helping talented young Italians and Africans, organizing concerts and scientific conferences in neuroscience, I said this before, and it is difficult to show in few slides the miracle that Philip has done in Monte Castelli, so I recommend you to visit the site yourself. And Philip did all this as a free man using his own talent and resources and finances. Again, Philip, sorry if I do not mention your hundreds of papers and so forth and the prizes you won. I tried to show a little bit the essence of you. And I want to read what your most renowned great-uncle Dietrich, that you resemble very much, wrote about freedom. Freedom is not a quality of man. In truth, freedom is a relationship between two persons. Being free means being free for the other, because the other has bound me to him. Only in relationship with the other am I free. So now you talk about your fragility of ideas, and please don't indulge too much to the Italian transgressive habit, transgression against the rules, even though now this has been cleared by the recent election of the new President of the United States. I love you. I love you very much.
Let me see whether I find the microphone. Just 1 second, I'll settle them. So, thank you very much for this exaggerated and very kind introduction. While listening, if I can say, I had slightly the feeling that it would be nice to keep some of your talk for my funeral. But anyway, anyway, thank you, thank you very much. I mean, just keep it, it might be helpful. So, what I would like to say, and is I'm going to talk a little bit about innovation. I know it's late, I know we're running extremely late, but unfortunately my talk is a little bit structured, and I'll have to go through it entirely. Yes. So the idea of this talk is related to the fact that I was exposed to the world of ideas, and I had to develop ideas from the very original moment of the idea to actually the application of an idea. And I realized that this pathway is something which is extremely fragile. And it is actually something I would like to, in particular, convey to young people. I mean, so we have a few young people in the hall. We would have probably liked to have more, because what I would like to show somehow is what pathway might be in front of the future innovators. So that's what I'm going to talk about. And here you see on this first slide that I'm not going to talk only about medicine. I'm going to talk about innovation in many different fields, and I know I have a very educated audience in front of me, so you will recognize all kinds of people, but probably not know all of them. But those are people who are innovators or inventors who are going to appear in my talk, and which I'll kind of start now. So you see the concept of fragility of ideas. There are kind of different phases. You have to, I mean, in the whole development of the idea, I mean, one starts with having an idea, quite obvious. Then the idea needs to be kind of recognized in the kind of immediate environment where it is had. One needs supporters from the people who kind of sit next to you the moment you have the idea. And later there's the recognition at a larger stage. So if you want to apply your idea, you need a recognition at a slightly wider audience. And then ultimately the idea has to be developed. And this is somehow true for all ideas, that there are these 4 stages. And it's kind of interesting that if you read it vertically, it comes out as hard. And that is actually true. It's not so easy to get through all these steps. Obviously, in these 4 stages, different people are involved also. The having of the idea is obviously the inventor. The acceptance is kind of, as I said, the immediate environment. The recognition comes at the moment that other people recognize that they probably also like to make use of the idea and benefit from the idea. And then the development can be industry, it can be something else also, but it can be industry. And if we look at that again in a kind of more realistic way, it actually looks like that. The inventor is a very small part of the development of an idea, and that is something which is usually not recognized, and it's really necessary to understand when one has the role as the inventor, that one actually plays a small role in the development of the idea. So here I would like to start to bring a first example. So I'm talking about computers, not that I'm much of an expert in computers, but this is IBM. IBM were the first significant developers of computers. And the people, IBM, huge company, was equipped with good professionals, with people who learned their profession, with people who went to business school, who learned everything. It was a big organization. And they were building the best computers. They had learned in business school that if you want to be successful in business, you always have to listen to your customer. And they also knew that they had to look out for competition. They had to understand what else was going on if they wanted to continue with their industrial success they had. So when these people of IBM went to kind of get answers to their question, listen to their customers, they asked these people, what do you think is happening outside? And asked them also, what do you want? So the IBM people were asking and got the answer, we need faster and bigger computers. That was because the computers were mainly used in banking and one just needed faster and better computers. And then they were asked, what do you think about the competition? And the people said, don't worry, because IBM is so far ahead of anybody else. Don't worry about the competition. Whatever is done outside is small stuff. It's not relevant because it's basically only the IBM people who got frustrated with IBM for whatever reason ended up outside, were trying to do something, but according to these people, this was not relevant because the computers were slow, because they were small, and also because, according to the computing power, they were really stupidly expensive. So the message was, don't worry. What happened with that? What happened was that there were outside some computers which were smaller, that's true, and there's something new came here. You could actually place them at home. The computers of IBM, there was no way you could place them at home. And the computing power of a computer at home wasn't so terribly relevant, so that was also okay. And if it was a bit expensive for the computing power, then that ended up also being okay. So you all understood that I'm talking here about the personal computer, which was brought home and which revolutionized the entire computer industry and was the nail in the coffin for IBM. And IBM actually lost the control over computers by this misjudgment, let's say, of the developments. Now, this has a technical term, this thing, when it happens. It's called disruptive technology. There was a technology which came in, which disturbed, and nobody really foresaw at the moment when that happened. And I was saying that I was going to talk about the fragility of ideas. That's the title you saw. And I went off theme completely, because in this particular case, there was no idea. Actually, there was industrial development of very much significance, but it happened, and there was no idea behind it. So I think it's important to understand in the development of things that not necessarily you had an idea in the beginning. Okay, so now I start my talk again. And I'm actually coming up with a few ideas, okay? So you saw the list in the beginning, and one of the people on the list was Gary Siebert. Now, that is the one person only those people who heard this talk before have heard about, otherwise you probably didn't. Gary Siebert was a classmate of mine. When I went to school, and we were maybe 12 years old, he had an idea which was absolutely disgusting. He had the idea to put a string up his nose and to bring it to the back of the nose and then to kind of spit it out And so he put this string up the nose, pulled it out of the mouth, and then did this movement, which was purely disgusting. But, you know, for a 12-year-old, it's quite an amazing idea, right? So that's the first idea I wanted to present to you. Okay, now I'm presenting the second idea. The second idea was in music. I told you I didn't want to talk about medicine alone. And in music, there was the invention of the repetition of notes. Now let me use this unusual tool here, but you see here that there is a repetition of notes, and that was something which in music existed before, because simply for pronunciation of syllables in music, it was necessary to repeat notes. But on the musical instrument, it really wasn't. Okay, so the idea was that when you changed harmony, you'd also change the note. But this Claudio Monteverdi, known centuries after his existence, came up with this idea here. You see this? This is instrumental music. There's no syllable. So I have another tool here. So what he did was he repeated notes. That was an invention, can you believe it? I mean, that was considered as an invention. In fact, I'm unfair to Claudio Monteverdi if I don't say what he really invented. He invented this, okay? So this is now, okay, so this is why I brought the violin. The other evening I played more complex repertoire, but I just wanted to show you that this was an invention. And this was an invention which is called the tremolo, so the fast repetition of notes, which didn't exist before, and you could wonder whether that is an invention at all. However, what happened was that the musicians went on strike. They said, we are not going to use our instruments to saw them into pieces. We are not going to do that. I mean, why the hell? I mean, if you have a new harmony, then we are going to change, and, you know, I mean, I can use the tool once again, that's possible. So they would do, and if you wanted a different note, fine. Then you would use a different stroke, but you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't do that. I mean, there was no reason for that. And so these people were angry at Claudio Monteverdi and said, we're not going to do that, and went on strike. Let me get to the third example here. So now I'm going to talk about cardiology, as a matter of fact. There was Werner Forssmann. Werner Forssmann, you know, I mean, without him, I wouldn't stand here today. He was the inventor of cardiac catheterization. And Forssmann knew what one knew at the time, that you could do animal experiments. In animal experiments, it was possible to introduce a little catheter into a vessel, push it forward, and nothing happened to the animal. Fine. He was convinced you could do it on humans also. So, I mean, you could say the invention is not so big. If it works in animals, it's likely to work on humans also. So he wanted to do that. But I mean, why? And I mean, who would be willing to have a catheter pushed into him? So he couldn't convince anybody to do it. And in order to prove his point, he decided to do it on himself. So he took a urinary catheter, as a matter of fact, and pushed it up into his vein. And this, I'm using this tool again. So he used the, I mean, kind of a venous approach here, and then you can see the catheter, which is brought from the arm all the way to the right atrium. And this is the original first X-ray, which he actually made. Because he put the catheter, he went downstairs to the radiology department, had a picture taken, an X-ray taken, and with that, he could show one can do it. So what did he do? Proud young inventor, okay? He went to his boss. Now, his boss, this was Berlin. Berlin was immensely, I mean, this is, I'd said 1929, was immensely inventive at the time. I mean, there was all kinds of very major kind of medical inventions made at the time in Berlin. And Sauerbruch, his boss, was a person who was really important in all kinds of development. So thoracic surgery was his. I mean, he was one of the first ones to make, to I mean, a kind of surgical access to the chest. And so, I mean, obviously Forssmann was in a great place because he now could go to this guy who was also an innovator. And his boss, the innovator boss, Sauerbruch, said to his young person, with this type of stunt, you can go to a circus and not a proper German university. And that ended up in a sad thing because he was fired. He was kicked out and because of self-experimentation, and the poor man became a urologist in the Black Forest. Anyway, so that was the end of his cardiological career because he went one step too far. However, some years later, quite a number of years later, I forget the year right now, in the 50s, I think, he won the Nobel Prize, and along with André Cournot. André Cournot was actually the guy who developed kind of cardiac catheterization as a scientific approach. He was showing what you could do with cardiac catheterization and so on, and then later together they won the Nobel Prize. Now, little personal thing here. I mean, my family was also in Berlin, and my great-grandfather was at the university where Forssmann was, and he knew obviously about the Nobel Prize which was given to Forssmann, and he said, I was told by my father much later, when my father realized I was doing cardiac catheterization, he said, wasn't there this Forssmann? Yes, there was the Forssmann. And he told me that my great-grandfather said that this was the first time that a Nobel Prize was given for stupidity. How could you be so stupid as putting a catheter up and push it into the heart? So it was celebrated in Berlin that there was the first Nobel Prize for stupidity. Now my question some generations later is who of those two guys was actually the idiot? I mean, was it really Forssmann who was the idiot? Or was it Sauerbruch, the boss, who was the idiot to kick out this innovative guy? That, to me, is somehow an important question. Now I get back to Gary Siebert, okay? How could Ferdinand Sauerbruch have known that the idea of Werner Forssmann was any better than the disgusting idea of pushing up a string up the nose and putting it out? What Forssmann was doing was simply disgusting to Sauerbruch. And so there was Gary Siebert who did something disgusting, and Forssmann also. So the question is, was he really the idiot? And as long as you don't really know why something is done, then you have a problem. Okay, so now I was talking about three inventions, and there are some common denominators here, okay? The inventor doesn't know, in general, neither whether what he invented hasn't been invented by somebody else and then eventually given up. I mean, that's because maybe the idea wasn't so good. All of those people were initially not accepted, not even Monteverdi, just by saying to go up and down with the bow, not even him. I mean, it was a kind of most harmless thing ever, okay? And what is interesting is that the impact was not understood by the inventor. So if you invent something, you don't know even what it's good for, then I mean, obviously there is a problem, and that was the problem over which basically Werner Forssmann fell. He didn't know why he was doing what he had actually done. Okay, and later, then it's really funny. I mean, I have these kind of amusing stories like the one of Forssmann right now, which are somehow amusing. However, I would say that they're actually not so amusing, because usually these amusing episodes we tell later were a severe moment of crisis of the development of an idea. And it's in these amusing episodes where the ideas could have died, whether they did or not, okay? So, in fact, in the Nobel Prize acceptance speech of Forssmann, there are all these little things which are quite typical. He said he didn't have the technical essentials to work with in the beginning. He said that people didn't hesitate to obstruct the research. They just pushed it off as rubbish. And then he introduces a concept of time, where he says, you know, I mean, it was hard for us all, it was hard even for Cournot, but I started so much earlier, and for that reason, I made much higher resistance. And I think that's very true when one works with innovation. When things have kind of sunk in, it's easier to go on with the innovation. And then there's a very typical human phenomenon, which is the voices must fall quiet. The moment you realize that the idea is good, people start to shut up about the resistance they gave in the beginning. So this is just a very human phenomenon. So we said that the problems with ideas are resistance to the idea. All of these ideas made resistance, a lack of the understanding of the impact, there's a timing factor, and there's a blindness factor to understand what the technology will actually bring. And I think I even showed you that on the computer example earlier. And then there's an entire other chapter, which is development and money. Usually when you have an idea, the first thing is, oh, I might make money. That I'm not going to talk about. The only thing I can say about that, it really complicates the affair. I mean, it makes everything, money makes things complicated, and it would be much easier if one could do without. So let me show a few examples of the impact not understood by the inventor. I come back here to Werner Forssmann. If Werner Forssmann had understood how important this invention would have been, he would have convinced Sauerbruch within a minute, right? So the problem was that he himself didn't understand his invention, and for that reason got blocked and got kicked out and ultimately ended as a urologist. But the blindness of the idea can also be by the community. By the inventor, we said, but also by the community. Let me give you another beautiful example here. This is Fleming, who discovered penicillin, okay? And he discovered all necessary aspects to penicillin. He understood that it was a good killer for sensitive microorganisms, and these sensitive microorganisms were pathogens, so they created disease, and therefore penicillin was clearly aiming at specifically killing pathogens. And then he also knew that penicillin was not toxic at all. He knew that. So you would have guessed that he would brought his research further, but it's astonishing to see that Fleming never injected penicillin into infected mice. Not even talking about humans. Not even in mice he injected it. So you wonder, why the hell does he stop there? He knows it's not toxic. He knows it acts against pathogens. I mean, what the hell more do you want to know? And how come this can happen? I think the answer to that question is dogma, okay? Because there were people who knew everything. And in fact, there were some big authorities around. And here you can see that his boss, who was called Sir Arnold Wright, highly respected physician and researcher at the time, was renamed afterwards as Sir Almost Wright. He said that one should stimulate phagocytes, and that whatever chemical you would inject into the body would create more harm than the invading bacteria. So, in other words, he just knew it, and therefore you wouldn't do it. I mean, you wouldn't just inject anything because you knew it didn't work. And Sauerbruch, whom I mentioned earlier, was against the catheter. So he was active against the catheter, but not only. He was also against positive pressure ventilation. He made the two, one could say, in our field, the two biggest inventions. He was against both of them. So you can really say that his negative kind of attitude towards development was much more important than what he actually contributed with his own research. So who delays the progress? How come a Sauerbruch and an Almost Wright could do that? Well, there's a beautiful book, if you can ever find it, Retrospectoscope by Julius Comro, who describes that. He says the person who opposes must be an eminent scientist, must have strong convictions and obviously say them loudly, but in this instance he must be wrong. Obviously he would never have that authority if he wasn't right in many other instances. So in this instance must be wrong, and then there are young people who don't dare to challenge their professors. They don't dare to challenge people who kind of carry the dogma. Obviously, we are today also convinced of things which are completely wrong. That I think is something which historically always happened. Okay, now I talked about these ideas, but I think, I mean, the question or the talk would be much nicer if I had examples of failure of good ideas. I mean, but that is kind of a contradiction. I mean, how the hell would you have a good idea which is also a failure? I mean, because the failure doesn't make the idea good. So this is a problem. I was thinking whether there would be any way to find anything, and I actually found one little thing. There was an idea to make a valve, kind of a mechanical valve by catheter. Some of you might know the Starr-Edwards valve, which was the first heart valve, which was based on this ball mechanism, and this is a valve which was introduced many years ago by catheter and here you can see that the valve actually works. Beautiful idea. It's an idea of 1994. Here we have a beautiful example. You can see that it actually works, and this idea has disappeared. I don't know. I mean, what was the reason? So I can't actually go back to say why it didn't work and why this technology was abandoned, because a similar technology was very successful later. So this is kind of the Starr-Edwards valve, which you see to the left, and which was a very successful surgical valve, and the biological surgical valve was the one which kind of laid the pathway into valve replacement by catheter later. Okay, now I want to bring the second idea, which I would have thought was a good one, and for that I'm going to, let me take the violin again, why not? Here, this is a Beethoven piece, okay? I just need a little transition to Beethoven. You see the... And this is a Beethoven piece, okay? You see the repetition of the note. I mean, if I played that like this, wouldn't be the same music. I mean, the repetition of the note is obviously a successful means for expression in music. And there are many pieces of Beethoven where note repetitions are common, and some of them you know. This was just an attempt to convince you that Beethoven is a good composer. Maybe that would take a little more time to convince everybody in this hall. Anyway, I believe that. And here you see Beethoven, and Beethoven wrote for symphonies, whatever. He wrote also for cello. He wrote beautiful cello sonatas, and he wrote the triple concerto, which is for violin, cello, piano, and orchestra. And he was a fantastic composer for cello. And he dedicated part of his pieces to the person you see on the left, this Bernhard Romberg. Bernhard Romberg was the cello virtuoso of the time. He was hugely talented, fantastic player, and actually also a composer, but not a good one. He wrote pieces which are extremely long, extremely difficult to play, extremely repetitive, and really not so fantastic. Well, Beethoven had the idea to write a letter to Romberg and say, I would like to write a cello concerto for you, a piece for cello and orchestra. And he got a letter back from Romberg and said, don't worry, because I've already written 6. So he had written 6 cello concertos, and therefore there was no need for a Beethoven concerto. That's why today we don't have a Beethoven cello concerto. How do you call that today? I mean, that would have been good, there's no doubt. He didn't write much bad music, Beethoven. So that would be a beautiful piece. But how do you call that when an idea breaks down in modern terms? It's conflict of interest. So that definitely exists, and that also exists today, and is a kind of a prominent pattern in killing ideas. Okay, I didn't find more ideas, so I'll now go through the experience I made myself, and here you see that I was aware that there was a surgical conduit which was actually natural. That was the vein, the jugular vein of cows. Grazing animals have to hold their head down to eat grass, and the blood has to come back at the level of the heart. Therefore, they have valves in their veins. And that is something which one knows. And this conduit, which you see to the left, was started to be used in cardiac surgery. Pascal Vouet in Paris made me aware of that when I started to think about percutaneous valves. You see the valve, and you see it even inside out, like my socks at night, where you see kind of here the conduit, and here you see the leaflets of the valve. That is something which existed, and equally, when I came up with my idea, another thing which existed at the time were stents. So the metal stents used to widen vessels if necessary. And all I did was to bring these two things together. I put a segment of the vein and sutured it inside a stent, and then you see here that the water would run through in one direction, and if I turned it around, it didn't run through anymore. So I had a proof of concept that this thing would work. And I modified that picture a little bit, because we had this was in the kitchen, okay? And it was quite dirty up there, the tip of this here, this was really dirty, and I didn't want to show that in a scientific picture. So we did some photoshopping on that part, just to give you an idea what our kind of scientific setup was in the beginning. And then with time, it became a bit more luxurious. I could mount such a valve, compress it, re-expand it, put it into a pump, and then show that the concept would work. I mean, so I had a little bit better ways to show that later. And then in the year 2000, I kind of, since I had somehow existing technology, it wasn't so difficult to get through the ethical approaches and so on. And this was the first patient in September 2000 who received a heart valve without cardiac surgery. So that was before all the aortic valves and these. So that's now nearly 25 years ago. And now if I get back to the kind of talk in the beginning, I say the having of the idea was done, the acceptance was done, and I was kind of at this level between recognition and the development. I had to find people who would help me to develop that. And now, the recognition and development, I was faced with industry, okay? So I was faced with what we saw also, kind of this phase with the computers, where all of a sudden you go and ask the experts. So I was now facing engineers, I was facing market analysts, business people. Now these are all people who have professional trainings. They went through business school, they went through engineering school, they went to whatever. These are professionals, and you meet them in industry. I, as an inventor down there, had no teaching. You're not a professional when you're an inventor. You don't understand how technology is developed. So out of this group, the only one who wasn't ignorant was myself. Now, what does industry do at this point? I mean, they have to look at, are we interested in developing a certain technology? And they obviously look, can this thing be applied? For example, also, is there kind of a financial background that this thing makes sense? So, is there a reasonable market size? Do we have the technology to develop it? Would people ultimately use it also? And then they have other questions. I mean, they come up. They come up with questions whether it's safe and not, and then also whether they have other things going on in the company where they currently invest, so that they can't really put resources to it. And this is what people have to think about. That's their duty. Okay? So when I came to present this to the first big company, I went to Medtronic in the United States. I mean, they had developed some interest, and I met a senior research and development director, and he said, this is a fantastic idea, great. And then he wrote what we called the 10 Commandments. He went back after this little meeting we had and wrote an internal email with the 10 reasons why this would never work. And so he made sure that Medtronic would not pick up this idea, in spite of the fact that he says the idea, said to me that the idea was absolutely a good idea. Well, let us get back to a reasoning how this type of thing can happen, that somebody says, great, but we won't do it, okay, basically, and even actively preventing that it would be done, okay? Well, he went to business school, okay, or to whatever in school, and they learned to listen to the customer. Then there's another thing. They also have to make sure that the shareholders don't become unhappy, but I told you I didn't want to talk about money. Okay, now who was the customer for Medtronic? The cardiac surgeons who put valves into place, not the cardiologists, not the people who were not operating. So they went to the cardiac surgeons, and the cardiac surgeons said, forget about this one, this is worse, I mean, this is a very thin valve, and it will probably last less, and it's also more expensive. The product would be more expensive, but obviously one should have looked at maybe the whole cost of treatment, of how long people are in intensive care and whatnot. But this was the first reaction, and they said no. Okay, now this information gets back to the CEO of a company, okay? So they then have to look, what do we do, okay, when we get this feedback? Okay, the company looks whether it can benefit, it obviously looks at whether there's a risk for the company, and then they look at whether they can develop it, whether the customers would be happy, whatever. And there are all kinds of things. I mean, the customers, for example, would they be happy? I mean, the customers were the cardiac surgeons. They probably wouldn't be happy if they lost their job. So, because all of a sudden, this job would have been taken away from them. So there's some questions which are, but then there are other questions. I wrote them in small because they can't really speak them out, okay? They can say, would life be nicer if this, weren't we comfortable in our life? I mean, do we really need another innovation, right? Would we need to fire people if we engaged into kind of competing technologies? And then really the question, which is very small there, what would we have to do in order to stop it? Wouldn't that be a nice thing? We are comfortable as we were before. Should we kill the technology? And if we killed the technology, how would we do it best? These are the questions which are even justified because it's part, I mean, the CEO of a company has to look after the financial well-being of the company. They don't ultimately care so much about the client or the patient. Now, this was a new technology, and there were two major companies involved. One was Edwards Lifesciences, and the other one was Medtronic. I was talking to Medtronic. These are not the same companies, because Edwards Lifesciences has never done anything else but heart valves. They started with this valve I showed you with a ball, with the Star Edwards valve, but even now they don't do anything else but heart valves. Medtronic is the biggest medical devices manufacturer worldwide. They make anything. They make insulin pumps. They make, I mean, you name it. They make absolutely everything. The reasoning when you come with a new idea is fundamentally different for companies like that. At the time, Edwards was a heart valve company. They had only cardiac surgeons as their clients because only cardiac surgeons would use these heart valves. And if they now came up with the idea of a heart valve which wouldn't be implanted by the surgeon, they would lose all their clients. And they would lose all their clients and they'd make a financial disaster. On the other hand, if this technology was going to be successful, they would lose all their business to a competing company. So for Edwards, this was a nightmare, this story. Obviously, the best thing for them would have been if that invention would have never been made. There's no question. So for them to kill the technology was the nicest idea they could possibly have. And in fact, there were attempts. Medtronic, completely different. Medtronic says we make so many good things, you know, I mean, everything we do is great. You know, there's nothing new. I mean, we have a fantastic company, we make beautiful products, and if we make one other beautiful product, it doesn't change anything for our company. So why do we engage into that? Because our reputation is good anyway. So Medtronic, and I was telling you, the person I met was from Medtronic, who turned down everything. Now we have to understand, Medtronic is right, they made many good products. Now, this engineer I talked with said it's a great idea. It's a great idea also because it's easy to understand. You talk about the fact that you have a kid, you put a heart valve in, you don't need to open the chest. Anybody understands that. If it goes wrong, for whatever reason, because new technology can go wrong, that story ends up on the newspaper right away. There's no question, because it's so easy to tell the story. It would end up on the newspaper, which means it has kind of a public impact. With a public impact, it has an impact on stock price. And if you move the stock of a company, now that's dangerous. Let's just assume that that happens, and it has an influence only of 1% of the stock price of a company like that, which is a very low estimation of a scandal the stock can fall in much more important ways. But just let's calculate that. Company like Medtronic was close to a value of $100 billion at the time. 1% represents $1 billion. That product was never going to make $1 billion on the market. So for them, it's much easier to say, no thanks, we are not going to do it. So both of the industries had good arguments not to engage into that. Now, I'm making another step, because if I kind of tend to talk also in front of young people, the question is really, is there space for new ideas today? I mean, because the rest is all the past and maybe not so interesting. Well, I wouldn't make that prediction, because predicting the future, I'm not good and many other people have also failed. So what I did was to go back 100 years and look at what people thought of their future then, okay, 100 years ago. And looked in various subjects. So if you look at painting, for example, a bit more than 100 years ago, they realized they had done every flower, every whatever. Everything had been painted, every Christ, every Virgin Maria, every table, chair, meat, whatever it was, everything was already painted, okay? So there was nothing to do, right? That was their feeling. You couldn't develop any further. The same thing happened in music. They had the most complex harmonies, the longest operas. They had the most complex modulations and you couldn't exaggerate that even further than, for example, these horrible long Wagner operas and so on. Even in science, one had found the periodic table, and one could predict chemical reactions. One also knew that the smallest particle was the atom. What else did you need to know? And that actually led as far as to the fact that one wanted to close the patent office, because everything had been invented. And there were moves in this direction. So one was at a point where nothing else could be invented. Now we know that that isn't quite right. We know that we have new kind of forms of art which develop, like this beautiful Duchamp pissoir and so on. I mean, there are many things which developed, and we know that, I mean, the very significant art developed later. We know that in music too. For example, Schoenberg at that time invented the 12-tone music. I'll let you enjoy a little piece of that. I think here I'd have a harder time to convince you that he's a good composer than with Beethoven, but he was a very important composer in the history of music, and then other movements still came. So the 12-tone music came, but then later other things came. Sorry, let me just okay, that is Stockhausen, and even that piece is 50 years old. Okay, it's a chamber music piece because it's a piece for string quartet and helicopters. And so it's the helicopter string quartet, and that was played the first time in Rome, and I think this is actually the first recording of it, but it was played again. But now my question is, okay, I mean, we understood that the atom ultimately wasn't the smallest particle and so on, but what do you want to do in music after this? I mean, if you call that music, you call helicopters with the noise and people, whatever, I mean, what is going to be the next step in music? I mean, we can easily, say, okay, if we wrote a helicopter quartet, we could also maybe write a helicopter sextet with 6 people, but that wouldn't be that fantastic great invention after all. So where are we standing, and how impossible does it seem to us right now to invent anything which we would call music after this type of thing has already been invented? In other words, we could come to the idea that it has never been as difficult as today to invent something, because I mean, how the hell in music should we find anything? Now, I don't believe that, okay? I don't believe that, and I show you this little point here, okay, which should represent the knowledge we have today as compared to the weight of all the things we don't know, okay? And this picture now is historically obviously very precise, 200 years ago, okay? This would be the amount. Now, obviously, since over the last 200 years, we discovered many things invented, so this point became bigger. Okay, the point became bigger. Now, I would say that the room of invention is just next to, I mean, we know so much and we make a little step further. I was just saying that if we had the helicopter quartet, the helicopter sextet is not very hard to invent. When you have a red car, to invent that you can also make it in green is also not a big invention. So this type of invention is, I mean, not so hard, and therefore we always invent very close to what we actually know. And since we know more today than 200 years ago, the contact area between the known and the unknown has increased. In other words, we have never had it as easy as today to make inventions, and that is actually a personal conviction. I really think that's true. Look at my own case, okay? When Forssmann invented the cardiac catheterization, if he had come up with the idea of a valved stent, he would have really been a genius, right? Because that was hard to imagine at that very moment. If you look at my contribution, stents existed and the valve existed. All the thing I did is to put them together. I mean, that is a tiny step as compared to what one knew already before. And that is where my invention somehow happened, or where it would have happened anyway. If it wasn't me, somebody else would have come up with the same stuff. So I'm sorry, I'll still take you through 2 stories, because I think they're kind of giving a few thoughts, and then I'll end. So I'm telling here the story of how the how in the timeline was of the invention of percutaneous valves. Okay, so I worked on the pulmonary side, and later the aortic size approach was also done. So this is the true story of how things happened. So I started in the late 90s with the pulmonary valve in an animal laboratory in Paris, and I knew Alain Cribier and told him about what I was doing, and then he was starting to try to do aortic valves 18 months later, actually in the same animal lab, but he wanted to do aortic valves and not pulmonary. And so I was kind of successful. I told you that in the year 2000, I implanted the first heart valve in a kid, and that went well. And Alain Cribier, about 18 months later, implanted the first valve in a human also. Now, the pulmonary valves went well. I mean, we had good success altogether. And the aortic valves were much more problematic. It was a complex patient population and so on. So when we organized the first meeting in 2004, Transcatheter Valve Symposium meeting, I had done 50 pulmonary valves implanted, and they were successful. There was no mortality, whereas the aortic program had reached 20 patients, but with only 7 survivors. So it was, I mean, the story was a very different thing, and these 7 survivors at 3 months. And there were the French regulatory agencies, because all this happened in the same environment in Paris, in the same animal lab, and then 2 different cardiologies. But the French regulatory agencies were not happy with the results of the aortic valves, too many deaths. They also contacted me, wanted my opinion and whatnot. But that led to the fact that they stopped the program in France. And then the second technology came up, which was called CoreValve. And there were, in 2005, the first 2 cases presented. To be honest, I was chairing the session where they were presented. They were presented as successes, but the truth was that both patients died, a procedural death. And then in 2005, I had reached 100 cases and still didn't have procedural mortality. A year later, because the Edwards program was stopped, the CoreValve program went on. There were now 11 patients, and they had only 4 survivors at 1 month. So it was a disaster. The aortic program was a disaster in the beginning. And then the regulators came, and I was involved in that, and they said, I mean, what should we do? I mean, should we kill this project entirely? And these were, I was in particular in contact with the French ones. There were also American ones. Then they really made careful considerations and came to the conclusion that one should carry on, because there was the success of the pulmonary valve, and what happened in the aortic field was maybe related to other problems. For example, they had a very fragile patient population. They also had patients who didn't really have other good options, and as I said, the pulmonary program gave some hope, so they continued. And I think after all, they did a good job, because now this is a technology which really works. I don't know whether the numbers are true, but when Alain Cribier passed away relatively recently, it was said that 3 million procedures have been done of that in the meantime. And so now many patients are treated with this technology. And I have a lot of respect for the regulators who took some very uncomfortable decisions there. Okay, now I tell you another story, and that one is invented. Okay, it's the same story, but I just, for fun of it, changed the positions. I let Alain Cribier start before me. I just, as a kind of a little intellectual exercise. Okay, so let's say Alain Cribier started before me. He would have done his first implantation of an aortic valve, let's say in the year 2000, and I would have been 18 months after him. Okay, so the aortic implants would have been just as problematic as they actually were. Nothing would have changed there. If I, 18 months later, went to ask for ethical approval for the pulmonary valve, the regulators would have said, forget about it. I mean, you can't do that because the problems with the aortic valve are too important, and therefore they would have stopped me. They wouldn't have allowed me to do that. And then the aortic program would have gone on with the same results. Okay, the agencies couldn't have come to me to ask anything. And then when the bad success of CoreValve would have presented, the entire project would have been stopped, including, I mean, the pulmonary would have never developed, the aortic wouldn't have had the support of the pulmonary program, and the entire transcatheter valve world, which exists today, would probably not exist. And I find that in kind of an interesting exercise in terms of thinking about fragility of ideas, just because of a timeline, nothing else. Okay, so in that case, you could have imagined that the aortic program would have been just that, like this Dusenpaft was this kind of percutaneous Edwards valve we talked about earlier, would have just been forgotten. And you could imagine that not in 2020, or at a certain point, somebody would have tried the pulmonary experiments again, would have gone to their boss saying it really works, and then the boss would probably have said, you can go with your idea, you can go to a circus, because many patients have been killed with a similar idea. So that would have been the ultimate end to it. In relation to this, there's a little other experience, because one found out that X-ray could cure cancer in 1899, and that it could cause cancer in 1902. Just switch these two dates and imagine the history of medicine. I think it's just an important point to think how fragile ideas actually are and how things could have gone wrong. So what I wanted to do is to kind of convey to you that development is sometimes a little bit complex, and I would say the thing which is saddest in all this is that we don't have a Beethoven cello concerto. Thank you.
Philip, for your wonderful presentation. We would not expect less than that, being you a genius, as our colleagues said to you, Margherita. Well, now it's very late. I'm sorry, but listening Philip, listening Matt, and listening all the other this morning was very worth to be late. So now, to be practical, we walk to the restaurant, which is on the other side of the river. So we walk all together. Better to be together, not to lose the way. We walk together. We follow the river. There will be a bridge, Caprazucca Bridge. Then the second one is the Ponte di Mezzo. We cross that bridge and then we go to the Corrale Verdi, where they are expecting us at 1 o'clock. We told them that we'd be at 2 o'clock. Okay, very good.
Vai, ciao, 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 grazie, ciao. No, Sì. Grazie a te. Questo è tuo, sì. Beh, si stacca e poi il computer si mette un po'.
Devo portare saluti a Marek.
Ah!
Gli ho appena mandato una foto.
Grazie. Salutamelo. Saluta tanto. Sì. Thank you. Your talk was great too. I mean, unfortunately, it was compressed in time.
Thank you for trusting.
Don't you worry. No. Great. I
I have to take the train now because I won't join the lunch.
Okay, I mean, it would be nice to get you have it written, that speech, right? Okay, yeah, exactly. So,
I will send it.
yeah, that would be nice. Would be nice because I think
I'll maybe do it from the train, but I have to talk to my American friends at 3 o'clock. So
okay.
It doesn't really work out with the lunch, but it's a pity. I would have
Thank you, Matt.
wanted to stay.
Yeah.
I'll go and get my bag.
Okay, give my best to Siska also. Thank you.